to the hall and take your seats. Thank you. Құрметті форум қатысушылары, сіздерден телефон дыбысын басып қоюды сұраймыз. Аздаған минуттан соң форум өз жұмысын бастайды. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Dear participants, please switch your phones to silent mode. The forum will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your attention.
Один 4-4-8-8-6-6-2-2-6-6-4-4. Dear participants, welcome to this forum. We will be discussing. Так.
Поговорите микрофону, переводчики, пожалуйста.
Құрметті Digital Almaty форумының қатысушылары.
Participants of Digital Almaty Forum. So we kindly ask you to take your seats and many thanks for your attention. We also have headsets for simultaneous.
За внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation.
So there is simultaneous interpretation that is available for all the listeners.
Hola, English, English, English. Все.
Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, ілеспе аудармаға арналған құлаққаптарды залдың кіре берісінде ала аласыздар. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Алматы, наушники для синхронного перевода вы можете получить у входа в зал. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation headphones are available at the entrance to the hall. Thank you for your attention. Құрметті форум қатысушылары, сіздерден телефон дыбысын басып қоюды сұраймыз. Аздаған минуттан соң форум өз жұмысын бастайды. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Dear participants, please switch your phones to silent mode. The forum will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your attention. Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, сіздерді залға өтіп, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Алматы, просим вас пройти в зал и занять свои места. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, we kindly request you to proceed to the hall and take your seats. Thank you.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, and dear guests of this forum, dear participants of Digital Almaty Forum, dear guests of this panel session, dear colleagues who came from abroad, and dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start our session, Go to Robotics. My name is Samit Rashev. I'm a General Director of Automotive Cluster Forum. Please allow me to introduce our guests, Frank Andreas, who is the head of KUKO IoT business, Mr. Kim Rislev, he is a sales manager of Cluster Nordic, and Alexander Bag, he's a deputy CEO of AO Kelek, Mr. Akmulet Krak, he's the director of Aktobe ECS Bayu, Mr. Igor Nikolaenko, he's the head of KUKA CIS, and Mr. Vladimir Turikhanov, he's the president of Association of Automation and Robotics. And today we have frequently encountered terms Industry 4.0, and therefore technologies such as Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, they were not invented yesterday, and nevertheless we experience breakthroughs each and every day. And the company KUKA, not only it offers innovative solutions, it also offers digital solutions for digitalization. I would like to give the floor to our guest from Germany, Mr. Frank Andreas. Please, the floor is yours.
Now I hope you can hear me. Warm welcome also from my side. You see in the beginning some pictures from the beautiful city of Augsburg in Germany. So if you ever come to Germany, you should definitely visit Augsburg. And beside the fact that it is a very beautiful city, it's also the headquarters of KUKA, so to say the center of robotics in Germany. This is the agenda of today. So first I want to give you a quick overview about KUKA. KUKA has 5 business segments. We have the KUKA Robotics, which is the core of the KUKA. Then we have KUKA System, is a system integrator that's offering complete solutions for especially OEMs, so for car manufacturers. We have our business segment in China, which is separated. We have Swisslog, which is a logistic expert. And we have Swisslog Healthcare. This is a specialist for medical logistics in our house. So these are the 5 business segments of KUKA, and the total turnover is approximately 4 billion euro. The thing what we want to talk about is today is digitalization, meaning it's very important, but you see, it's sometimes also a little bit scary. Scary for employees, scary for customers, and scary sometimes also for internal people. despite the fact that we have a lot of potential in the IoT and in the data segment, meaning digitalization is all about data. So gain of efficiency, the importance, you see some of these facts in that figures here. So we know that there's a great potential and everybody wants to have and get profitable results out of that potential. On the other hand, we have also outside impacts to our business and to the business of our customers. To highlight here some parts, it's especially the skillage of a labor shortage, meaning looking for people that are able to do the job, means efficient processes from digitalization can help here. The digital transformation itself is a very important part. Sustainability, because data can be used to gain sustainability in the processes. And furthermore, of course, we're all facing cost and time pressure internally, but also our customers. And digitalization and robotics can help here. I told you that this is always a little bit challenging because we are facing existing processes and using digitalization and implementing digitalization at our company, but also at customers that have to use robotics, that have to use our digital services and offerings, means they have to change something. And that's all while they are busy, while they are doing their job, while they have to fulfill their targets and their goals throughout the year. So that's a little bit the challenges that we are facing. What KUKA is offering at that point is it's a digital customer journey that we build it around our MyKUKA platform. And on that MyKUKA platform, we offer a lot of things for our customers. And I know from our sales organizations that this is something really unique. So it starts from the dream and experience part, meaning you can find your robot, you can do robot configurations, you can get all the information you need to identify what is the best solution for you. Then we have our planning tool, KUKA Sim, IQ Works, which means you can do the planning in advance before you do the installation and will help you to be much more efficient. Then we have the loop and the circle from setup of commissioning to interact, operate, support, maintain, till reuse and upgrade. In all of these phases, we also offer digital services and tools that our customers can use. And this is a very important thing because in that circle, we create a lot of efficiency for our customers to be better and faster during their processes. Some tools I want to highlight, and I always say these tools are tools to help yourself for the customer. They give them fast insights to the robots, to the data, what's happening inside the robots. And in the end, this is to make the life and the work easier for our customers. One thing is the KUKA Sim. As you see here, it's a simulation tool that allows you to really configure upfront your process. You see exactly what's happening. You can exactly plan the movement. You see exactly the time that you need for the process. And afterwards, you can easily put that into the reality. But this is a very important part and something very important for our customers. And also there will be further developments planned in the coming 1 to 2 years. On top of that, we developed a special IoT solution based on a cloud platform, which allows our customers to be faster and more efficient during the use of our robots. And we are also always coming from the customer side. So we identified customer challenges by looking at certain profiles at our customers. For example, the maintenance workers or head of production, because all of these guys have different demands. And the tools should be able to fulfill these demands for these certain peoples. So we really think about what are the key jobs, what annoys me while doing my job, and how can we offer tools that help them. Therefore, we established a complete setup of solutions based on a cloud infrastructure and giving them here a knowledge base, giving the opportunity to have a maintenance overview, They have a very easy installation. They have condition monitoring tools to really see how the different functionalities work, how the robot cells and full lines, and all based on Azure technologies, meaning we are cooperating here closely with the company Microsoft, of course. The IQT, which is the name of the tool, offers here 4 important benefits. It gives transparency about the robot and about the robot fleet. It helps you for the troubleshooting. It offers you the possibility for maintenance planning, and it helps you to prevent defects during the usage of the robots in the daily business. So in the end, use this tool and you become more efficient. And we have a jump-off point integrated also to the customer service, which means you have a strong support from KUKA via that tool if necessary. Here you see a little bit the architecture, how we handle that. So you have the shop floor, then we have a connection, a gateway, which brings the data into the cloud, and then we have the application layer where the different applications run. And the applications is, for example, the IQT that I showed you some slides ago. We also have a KUKA expert integrated, which is a knowledge base, so deep know-how about each single robot. And the remote service, in case you need support from the customer service, they can have optional direct access to the robots to support you. All this means it helps also KUKA to achieve their sustainability goals. This is also something very important, and it's not only some things that we can plan and do in our organization. Also, the digitalization helps here because the data provide access to information, especially in the part of the customer service, so in the area of the reused robots. And when we look at the reused robots, the importance of data and digitalization becomes even more visible. Because to reuse robots, we need to understand and know what is the health status of the robot. We can identify which parts needs to be refurbished, which parts needs to be exchanged, and we can make better offers for our customers, and all based off data, based on the information that we get from our robots. And the robots are already there. And the connection, of course, also. At the end of that presentation, I brought you a little outlook and information about how KUKA is using artificial intelligence. One thing is we use AI for programming, for coding, so from low code to no code. And you see here, really via the buzzword maybe ChatGPT, you can ask for a robot program, and the artificial intelligence writes the program. You can copy paste that into our robot tool, and you see it automatically shows the movement of the robot, and the programming is done. This, of course, helps us and our customer in the future to have a lot of efficiency during that process that normally takes a lot more time. So AI is reality, AI is there, and we have to use it in our processes, and also our customers have to do that in the future. The second part is our expert, our knowledge database that we offer for all our customers. And here you see it's called Buddy. You can ask questions, so how can I change the gripper of my robot? And the artificial intelligence inside the tool always, of course, re-asking which robot do you exactly mean, because the question was not 100% clear. And then it automatically takes from our database the right information, refers to the links to the right location in the document, and you can find everything in the documentation what you need to change a gripper from the specific robot. So you see, AI is already in place in the KUKA universe, and we will also spread that out and share that with our customers and our partners. And again here, the target is to increase the efficiency and to have here the best possible solutions for our customers. So I told in the beginning, digitalization may be scary sometimes, yeah. But when you see the picture, what I try to show you from the customer journey, from the single products that we offer, and the implementation and the daily use, nobody has to be scared. We just have to look at it. We just have to work with it. And it's all about assistance. It's all about gaining efficiency, and it's all about being more providing better offerings for our customers. And then we have a bright future together with robotics. And yeah, that's it from my side. I will hand over now to Kim, our robot expert from the Nordic. He will go a little bit more in detail about the robotics story in Denmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Следующее слово я хотел бы...
So the floor will be given to our expert. He came from Denmark. But before giving the floor to my colleague, to Mr. Kim, I would like to make a short introduction. What, for me personally, Denmark, this is the motherland of Lego, and those are the fairy tales of Hans Christian Andersen. And after having studied the experience of Denmark, I was particularly inspired because the startups, universities, they are all united with the common idea, and the idea is to create the cluster of international level. So Kim, if you could please talk about how this integration of science and academia and startup, how is this unfolding in Denmark?
Andreas. A short word from my side. Yeah, I also brought some pictures from Denmark. Some of you probably know that we have the Little Mermaid, Tivoli, the castle in the right upper right left corner is where Hamlet was actually the story of Hamlet was coming from. And then, of course, in Copenhagen we have the picture of wonderful Nyhavn, which is a great place to be and to have some good wine and dinner. So a little bit about my history. I've been working with robotics since 2001, with KUKA since 2007. I started with growing up the market in the Danish country in 2007, and then I took over the Baltic states in 2015, and then I became the sales director of the Nordics and CIS in December 2020. I have also, during my period within robotics, had some trusted offices. I have been a member of the DIRA, which is the Danish Robot Association. I've been the chairman of DIRA, also for some years. I have also, right now, being part in the advisory board for the Danish Technological Institute, which focuses only on robotics in Denmark. And I was also part of the advisory board for a project called Digital in Denmark. Since 2010, KUKA, and thereby me, has also been involved in different funded initiatives in Denmark, hereby the Innovation Fund, which was the startup before MADE Digital started in 2017. And the current one that we are running right now is called MADE Fast. I will get into the topics of the innovations later on. So robotics in Denmark, how it started. So it originates back to 1985, where the Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller Institute in Denmark at the Southern Danish University was founded. It was founded due to the fact that a big Danish shipping company called Mærsk, they had in Odense, where it's situated, a big shipyard, and they wanted to automatize welding of ships. So this was actually where the robotics in Denmark came from. It came from welding, it came from the shipyards. Today, the Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller Institute has actually been more or less the result of 130 different startup companies and well-known companies. Here under also the Danish collaborative robot brand Universal Robot, and the Danish company called MIR, Mobile Industrial Robot, who are doing mobile platforms. So this all originates back from 1985 and the Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller Institute. Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller was actually the family owner of the Mærsk shipping yard at that time. That's why the naming is still that. So robotics in Denmark today is actually, if you look from my left side, I guess it's from your right side, we have the Southern Danish University, we have Aalborg University, and then we have the Danish technological universities. Those three universities are the ones producing robot guys, robot students in all sorts. DTU is actually looking into space technologies, where they use KUKA robots for simulating docking to the International Space Station. Satellites and so on is also some of the things they are working with at DTU. Aalborg University has a main focus on mechanics and production, and Southern Danish University is looking really much into softwares, but also robotics, of course. And from Southern University, we also have the Aurum Robotics, which you see on the left side, which is actually the hub of robotics in Denmark. And the Danish government actually decided a couple of years ago that Aurum Robotics is now the national cluster of robotics in the entire Denmark. In the middle of the screen, you see the MADE logo and the Innovation Fund, and then the Danish Technological Institute. They are actually taking the developments from the universities and trying to do them a little bit more production capable. And then on the other side, we have DIRA, the Danish Robot Association, which consists of 200 different members coming from integrators, university customers, and the Aurum Robotics, as I mentioned earlier, is the national cluster of robotics. So it all combines into a deep focus on robotics in the Danish production. So, some global statistics. We, from the robot business, we always look into the International Federation of Robotics. And if you look at the last years from 2012 until 22, where we have the latest figures from, the total amount of installed robots globally rose from 159,000 robots in 2012 to a record high of 553,000 robots in 22, globally. From these 553,000, the 252,000 were installed in China alone. So that tells us something about the importance also of the Chinese market within robotics. If you look at the robot density, which is another factor that we're looking very closely to, is if you look at on the 12th place, we actually have Denmark. So this actually looks into how many industry robots are installed per 10,000 industry workers. So, of course, the Republic of Korea has the highest amount, 1,000 robots per 10,000 industry workers. But Denmark is still on the 12th place with 274, which is, and the average, I cannot see it right here, but I think it's around 152 in average globally. Kazakhstan, from that matter, is not even mentioned in the report right now. And this is due to the fact that the IFR statistics always reports from a country if more than 3 robot suppliers has named their installed robots in that country. And right now, the market is growing a lot, which I can say from my experience, but it's still not enough to be in the IFR statistics. If we then look at the Danish developments from 12, where it was 503 robots, until a record high in 22 with 1,357. We can also see a clear increase in robotics, of course, in Denmark, because Denmark is a country of where 89% of all the companies are small and medium-sized enterprises. And we are a small economy, and we live from export. So if we didn't have the robots in our production in Denmark, we wouldn't be able to compete on the prices on a global market, and we wouldn't be able to have the welfare state that we have in Denmark. So from my perspective, robotics has been a main driver for that Denmark is still capable of having this welfare state where if we get sick, we go to the hospital, we don't have any costs. And this is a main driver of that. If you look at the operational stock, has also increased. So in 22, we had like less than 9,000 robots installed in our companies in Denmark. Coming back to DIRA, where I was the chairman for some years. DIRA is a network which really combines universities, robot integrators with end customers. And the members that we have in DIRA are coming from specifically the integrators, but also a lot of end customers are there. So I think in total, if we look at the employees in all the 200 members we have in DIRA, it's more than 250,000 employees. And that is alone in Denmark. It was founded in '82, so it's also the world's oldest robot association. And DIRA is also the one that submitting the numbers for the robotics in Denmark to the IFR. The MADE innovation projects are actually based on a fact that the Danish industry, the big end customers, they wanted to have a closer relation and collaboration with the universities. So in principle, what the end customers, the big Danish end customers are doing, they are actually paying for having PhDs at the universities, looking into specific pain points that those end customers have. And then they go from a Kickstart project to this demonstration project, and then we have a collaboration project, and in the end it ends up with a research project. And those PhDs then make their PhD paper based on that research that they have done for the Danish end customers. And MADE has actually been driving this development of PhDs like crazy over the last 10 years. One of the last slides is actually an example of what they are doing right now, what we're doing right now at the southern Danish universities. Denmark lost the shipyard industry 20 years ago, 25 years ago, because of competition from Korea and so on. And the Maersk, the linear shipyard has been closed for many years. Today they are doing windmills there, they are doing testing of windmill blades and so on. And STU has now received a grant for 25 million euros, where they want to do large structure production. In principle, the overall game is to get the shipyard industry back to Denmark by using robots. The pictures that you look upon here is a gigantic gantry, which is 40 meter long, 20 meter wide, and 10 meter high. And then we have these two bogies where we have the Z-axis. Underneath that Z-axis, there is actually a big 210 kilo robot from KUKA installed. And this is then, this huge area is then aimed for testing large-scale production. On the floor, we will then have mobile platforms also so that they can align those robots in a coordinated way in order to do these large-scale production. That's all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kim. Внедрение промышленных роботов
Thank you very much, Kim.
от предприятий больших
Introduction of robots can require a lot of funds, so it can take years before investments can be paid off. So I would like to ask you, Alexander, what kind of challenges did you face when you were introducing robotics, and what are your results for today? I represent Kelet, joint stock company. We have 11 billion in tenge revenues. We do different production stations, pump stations, and boilers, and we always follow what's happening in the world right now. And when Kazakhstan started talking about gasification of the country, and we have gas in all parts of the country, so we started to develop the boiler production, gas boilers. It was a very peculiar case because I want to pull up the statistics that the previous speaker brought up. So that's this current state, and what's the state in our country, and what challenges are we facing right now? Kazakhstan's problem right now, it's a big country with not a very big population, and there's a lack of professional hands right now, especially in the area in the mechanic engineering. So we have problems with workers. It's very sharp problem. For in oil industry, they can find people, Kazakh Mys, Kazakh Meat Combinat, but in mechanic engineering we lack specialists. And when we tried to develop this area, we looked at other industries that are our future competitors. We saw that there are 52 20 welders, and they are making boilers, and we cannot afford that. We cannot hire. It's hard to find welders, this many welders, and we don't have. The situation is not good with spaces, and we've thought a lot about this. Then we came to the conclusion that we need to use robotization, automation in our processes, because without that, it's hard to build mechanic engineering plant in Kazakhstan. It's impossible. There are just no people for that. And when we thought about this, the reasons that pushed us to that, it's a lack of space, lack of qualified personnel, and we want to improve the quality of welding, because making boilers, it's very responsible thing. You need to have very good quality of welding. So first we looked at the problems that we had for the robots to work well. We need good repetitiveness, because robots do not see the products as good as the person sees right now. So, and you need, before this item goes to robot, for example, for welding, it's good that you need to have good, like, prefabricated models. So we had to look at all the processes from pre-production, from prefabrication. We had lasers, we look at the structures, we bought additional equipment, different welding station that was very accurate, because for robot it's really important, stability parameters. So the products need to be similar, quality of metal should be stable, the quality of wire should be stable, quality of gas should be stable, then a robot can weld good. We looked at different robots. We looked at Fanuc, Panasonic, Exao, and then we came to KUKA. Why did we choose KUKA? Because the market leader, it's true, and we look at guarantee, so it's 20,000 hours, and we really paid attention to this, because 20,000 of working hours, it's a lot. Minimal requirements for maintenance, because the first robots worked for 5 years, and of course we do some maintenance, but from KUKA specialists we just needed them for one time maintenance, because the robots keep on working and it really gives good results. Then KUKA was very well known since United Soviet Union, and we knew about them. So when we looked at our options, we chose them. So what's the difficulty in implementing robot? Robot is just a hand that you need to equip with everything so that it can perform its functions. Of course, the other one, it's the absence of experience and specialists. The integration of robotics was done by ourselves. Then we agreed with KUKA. We hired some training personnel. We had technologists. We had engineer. We took engineer person. They went through training, and you just need to do it. There's nothing difficult about this. We were able to design our complex. We were able to put it together. And of course, the first launch, they helped us. They came to us, and they were able to launch the technological process of boiler welding. So it's not an easy process, because you need to combine different solutions. You need technological foundation. You need processing. Even the design of the product itself. Then we needed some safety, security solutions, because the robots that we used, it's not as safe. Sometimes it's heavy, and if the person comes near, the robot can, turn around, and it can maybe hit. So that's why you need to combine different systems. So that's the difficulty of integration. That's the first challenge, but it's easy to solve. Our specialists can really solve it. There's nothing difficult about it. Guys really figured it out very fast, and we're designing different items. We have around 5 boilers that are being done by robots. 5 electric boilers, and then we do some welding tasks. So we explore different kinds of services and items. We used this layout at first. For example, when you have like this spinner, you have to make the robot work continuously, and so that he doesn't need to wait for the person to replace something. So we went in this way. We have one spinner at the bottom. Then they have 2 positioners on top. And when the person puts an item, a product, on one positioner, then it turns to robot. Then at the same time, the employee can take the old item out and put a new one on. So it's always working. For very expensive equipment, it's really important so the downtime is reduced to minimum. And if you can provide enough load, enough work, so that there is no downtime, so even the most expensive equipment will be paid off. Then you need to buy the most expensive equipment because it's really worth its money. But if you need to provide the right conditions for it. So that's how it looks, the welding workshop. In 2018 we bought this, and in 2019 we launched it. There is a welding line. There are 2 robots and 64,000 square meters. 64 square meters of space. We are able to weld 10,000 gas boilers and 10,000 electric boilers, and plus some other elements, some other components. Very small, very compact. And our competitors, they have around 40-50 welders, and we didn't have that much space. That's the whole another advantage of robots. They allow to provide different shifts. Robots, they don't get tired. They can work 2 shifts, 3 shifts, and they don't go on vacation, they don't take sick leaves, so you can provide the full, use the full capacity, and you don't need lots of space. And space is still money, is still expenses that you need to pay. This year, last year, 2023, we put 2 more robots. It's we're building this robotics complex. We prepared spaces for them. We put them down. We drilled these holes, and we have these 2 new robots, KUKA robots. So we have 4 robots now. They're working. So what did it give us? The regular welder, when you do it with your hand, it's 1.5 hours. With robot, it's just 20 minutes. Even today, when we optimize the program, it's 17 minutes. So it's 17 minutes instead of hour and a half. So you can have multiple shifts, you have better quality, you save some space, and for example, you have 7-8 hours of shift, and you understand how many boilers you will have at the end of the day. The approximate cost of the equipment. The package that we bought, it's not cheap because we had 3 positioners. It was around 88,000 euros, plus 10,000 welding equipment. We had additional material, the cost of implementation. So in total, it's around 136,000 euro. It's a big expense, but that's the approximate calculation. So if you look at 20,000 boilers, if you do it with hands, it's a lot more. Amortization, 2.5 million. So in total, it's 110 million tenge. We have 6 welders. So we paid 21 million in salaries, amortization 20 million tenge a year, so 42 million. So you save 68 million tenge. So the return is 2 years. If you can provide full load, full capacity, and continuous work, so in 2 years you can get your return already. You can break even. So I think it's magical, and I think it's true. It really reflects the numbers that we got. Also, what are the problems? Sometimes you need to fix the program of the robot. Of course, you need some engineer there. And there's a lack of qualified engineers, especially at night time. But we hope that with the development of robotics in Almaty, this problem will be fixed. It will be eliminated. There will be just qualified specialists to do it.
Такое изделие нам дали на сварку.
And we used to take this piece of material, so this is what they would give us for welding. So this is the basis for transmission of electricity. So it's not too complicated, but one needs to do some work with this nevertheless. So when doing this on hand, so the cost was 143,000 tenge, but using robots, we were able to reduce costs by almost 40% because the time of welding for this product when doing it manually, so it would take 5 hours and 18 minutes. And for us, by us, it took only 1 hour and 15 minutes. And this is a great deal of difference. So we are talking about massive savings. And it turns out that in order to produce 500,000 details per month, so either we need 16 super qualified workers, or alternatively we could use 2 robots and they only would need to work 2 shifts. So if we were to hire manned personnel, that would take us 8 times more resources. And therefore it is important to introduce robots because it's an excellent way to replace people. And welding in general, it's not super beneficial for humans because eyes experience pressure, and it's not particularly healthy to breathe all that heated air. And robots, they do not care, so they can do welding for many hours in a row. So I beg your pardon. And yes, as I was talking about, so before we introduced robots to such a production, so we used to cut things manually, and so in theory we can provide a high level precision, and we do have this technological advantage, and this allows us to have this technological heritage, and this is particularly important, especially when introducing robots. And we take pride in this very production because anything that was not brought from Kazakhstan elsewhere and whatever was produced locally, so this is a big deal for our country. And therefore I would like to encourage everyone to study, to introduce robots, and let's produce interesting things in Kazakhstan. So thank you, Alexander. And I would like to give the floor to the head of the project. And I would like to ask our colleague, and he would like to talk about his project. So Mr. Altenbek Akmurat, he's the main management of the Department of Development and Administrating of Semi-Spy Limited Liability Partnership. So the floor is yours, Mr. Muratbek Altenbekov. Good day, dear participants, dear guests of the forum, and I would like to give a very warm greeting for youngsters. I'm very happy to see young people in the house because future is for you. And in my presentation, I would like to, if you allow me, I would like to speak Kazakh, and I would like to talk on behalf of Segi-Spy Limited Liability Partnership, and we will be talking about uranium robotization. And in my presentation, I would like to talk about this semi-spy what we do, and we extract uranium, and every year we are able to extract 440 tons, and as of today we are the company that introduced this way of extracting the uranium, and this is the most relevant way to do the production, and this is the most modern way, and we do have various directions, and we do have the scientific component to the work that we do, and we do have the institute named after Zholtaspekov, this mechanical institute, and we do all sorts of research on the premises. And if I were to talk about the history of our institute, so our history is full of important events, and we also have this person from academia, so Mr. Amanbek Kuatovich Tuleshev, and I am the main curator of the institution, and this very sphere of uranium. And the reason we started with the robotization, and if I were to take your question, so I would like to say that when it comes to uranium, Kazakhstan occupies the second spot as far as the deposits of uranium is concerned, and when it comes to extraction, we are occupying the first spot. And I would like also to, the main idea is to reduce the mechanical labor, and we would like to introduce technologies that would allow us to do so. And naturally, we would like to do so by applying modern technologies. And as our dear colleagues pointed out, so in Kazakhstan, if we go back to the year 2020, so in the past, we had this situation where one specialist, and there used to be only one robot per 4,000 qualified specialists, and this means the level of industrialization is rather at a low level, and the industrialization level represents only 16%. So this is particularly important for the uranium, and therefore we think that robotization, so this is the first and this is the most optimum way to introduce robotization 4.0, this robotization of uranium. And what types of technologies we were using. So, and I would like to talk the way we extract uranium. And so what we actually do, and we use new technologies. Those are biotechnologies, and at the beginning we are supposed to take a look, and we are supposed to do the research, and it's important to take a look whenever the soil gets contaminated, whenever there is this excess of minerals, and one must foresee everything. And also it is important to do this evaluation of the instrument. It's also important to pay attention to the state of the pipelines, because we don't want to experience any negative situation. And speaking of the logistics, and we have a special set of containers, and we call them 118. And we do have the special type of uranium, and so the special type of uranium, it appears on the container, so the 44. And all those directions that we follow, so ideally we would like to see robots work on those instruments. So it turns out that we would need 10 types of robots for 10 various types of works. And for the year 2025, we do have a special program, a special development program, and we do have the so-called 118 container, and this is when we load uranium into container, and whenever we take the samples, so that's when we introduce a robot. So far this project is in its pilot mode. So from the Mechanics Institute, we are able to attract our specialist, Mr. Azat Abduraimov, and he's a scholar. And as of today, we work with them in a very systematic manner, and we plan to keep working with them until 2025. So in other words, we have two complexes of robotics. So we do have this variation of the yellow uranium, and you see the way we take samples from yellow uranium, and it turns out that we do have an experimental model of those uranium extraction, and this is situated in the region of Kızılorda in the 118 container. And when we would load the uranium, and you can see this very yellow uranium, and we do have the weight of 45 kilos, it turns out, and this is the experimental model. And in 2023 and in 2024, we were going through this practice stage, and it's important to make sure that we get enough experience in this area, and we also did a whole range of experience, and especially when dealing with this yellow variation of uranium. And so the way we would load that, so we would lift it up and then we would load it, and the next stage is unloading. And so these are the steps that follow. So on these slides, I would like to show you this practical model of this robotics. And so this is a special robot that allows us to lift the lid of the container. And as you know, during our expositions, we have already shown the sample that we've got here, and so this is what we've got from this institutions named after Mr. Zholdaspekov, and this is the work that is being done, and we do this work alongside with Samruk Kazana and with RTK, and this is the model that we will be introducing in 2025, and we will be also doing the work on robotization of all the fields in our enterprise. So I would like to thank you for your attention. So many thanks for your presentation. And Vladimir, so far Kazakhstan is not a part of this elite club of robotized countries, and according to your association, so the density of robotization is only accounted for, so we only reached the level of 5, and the last year we were at the level of 4. And if I were to use at the global rating, so the Kazakhstan was had this score of 141, and I think 1 year later 151. So it comes the phrase of the Alice in Wonderland. So just in order to stay at where one stands, one needs to run fast. If one wants to progress, one would need to run even faster. So what is the future of robotics in Kazakhstan? So thank you very much, Sabit. So first of all, yes, many thanks for the invitation and thanks for interesting questions. So why would we need to run if we can go by car or we can even fly? So, and I think the future is bright. I'm convinced. And I would like to kind of go quickly through the presentation. And I will only try to communicate the gist of my presentations. I think we do not have an awful lot of time left, and we would still like to have the Q&A session, because we would like to have an interactive interaction with the hall, with the audience. So there is a QR code, so and you will be able to download the presentations using the QR code. I'm not sure what's going to be happening with the video, but you will be able to download presentation for sure. So I think for the third time, I'm showing you this slide. So 151. So this is the average level of robotization. So this is the data for the year 2021. And I would like to spend more time on this slide. And the reason I would like to do that, because I wanted to show the trend according to which during the last 3 years, especially as far as applying industrial robots are concerned, I think it is more prevalent in electronics and even to a larger extent than in vehicle production. And I think this is the well-established trend, and especially those who would like to apply robots in their production, so they do need to pay attention to that. And the second thing I wanted to point out is that how many production robots are being set up in China. More than 50% of all the robots in the world. So 500 and 600 worldwide. And also, I think this is China, and China is very close to us, and this is a large market. And we've been discussing this matter with colleagues, and we've been discussing this with our colleagues who represent various integrators. And this is an opportunity for our country. And this is an opportunity to work with Chinese market, and this would be a good way to work to improve our reputation and also pay taxes. And today, I think, and Mr. Akim and Sabit, he also mentioned the average density in Kazakhstan. So IFAR is not calculating that so far. I think we will try to fix this moving forward, and in our association, and according to the data for 2022, and so far we've got this preliminary data, and we also have the information for the first 3 quarters, and so far we are at this figure, which is 7. So it is not 100% clear, but we can see that we are growing. Maybe we're not growing as fast as we would like to grow, but so yeah, but we are definitely not running. So maybe we are kind of going somewhere, but so far we are not flying. But hopefully at some point we will fly. So in a good sense of this word. And I think I shall skip this. There is some terminology, and I think this is not super important. So let's take a look at this slide. And the reason why I want to take a look at this slide, because I think the main actor when it comes to robotization, so those are not companies that produce robots, it's all about the integrator. So this is the company that studies the production, and they understand the need of the contractor, and they also use industrial robots, they use various assisting equipment and various security system, etc., etc. And this is what we do in order to fulfill contractors' need. And we also write pieces of software, and we apply various technical systems. And those are Kazakhstani companies already. So if someone is not aware of that, just go to the next pavilion, and colleagues would be able to show, and they would be able to tell. And they also would be able to talk about robots which are specialized in welding. And Ilya, he is one of our integrators, and his colleagues. So in case you're interested, so do feel free to approach Ilya, and you can talk to him. I'm sure you will be able to find out many things. And since we are talking about integrators, I would like to introduce Maxim. And Maxim is in Innovation Zone. and colleagues are specialized in digital twins, and they're also more interested in robototechnics. And we also have Mr. Asilbek, and who is also specializes in educational programs. And yes, I beg your pardon, and they are not represented in this exhibition. And if you are not able to find them, so you can find me, and we will be able to kind of find them. So Marat Bayalding, and they are participants of our association. So they are not integrators, but they are eager to supply market with highly qualified personnel. And I saw that you were discussing something with Asilbek, and I think you made a deal on supplying this roboticized cells. So hopefully you will be the main supplier of qualified personnel. So this is something that I was talking about. So industrial robot. So this is the small part of a solution. And if I were to go and to see the parallels, and this is like the engine. So a vehicle's engine is a great thing, but for the most part, majority do not need that, because people are not interested in an engine. People are interested in a vehicle, and ideally we want a vehicle to go, and we don't want vehicle to break. And automobile or vehicle, so this is the finalized solution, and this is what integrator offers based on its industrial premises, or either with the help of producers or without them. And nevertheless, we have this finalized solution, and this is what integrator of industrial robot does.
Just a small list of the colleagues that we know. Ilya, robotic technology, Maxim. Where is Maxim? There is Twins Engineering, Arlbek ProLab Support, Taras University. You're not integrator yet, but when you are, we will add you to the list. You can download this list, or you can find me. I will tell you all about it. Just briefly about this slide, we did calculations on the local content of a robotized complex. So we found out it's around 51%. According to our opinion, it's quite good. A robot technical complex is reflects this. Integrator, it makes the production, whether it's food processing, furniture. So you can use robots in all of these areas. Also, what's important, we have local guarantees and services, and from integrator that provides services, and specifically from the producers. The producers, they will tell you all about it. Yeah, such a wonderful person did this slide. So whether we want it or not, the manufacturing will be automated and robotized, whether we want it or not. So you have to robotize your manufacturing, or you can wait for your competitors to do this, and you will lose competitive edge. It's up to you. Like I promised, you can scan the QR code for this presentation, or you can contact me, call me, text me, always happy to answer. Thank you, Vladimir. And I'd like to give the floor to our guest from Russia, Igor. Today in the world, robotization is actively developing in many fields of manufacturing. Usage of robots gives benefit, as we heard from our speakers before. I think it would be important that more sectors in the economy could realize what benefit robotics can bring to technologies. In your opinion, which steps need to be taken to push the market of robotics further? Thank you very much for this question. Very good question. I will try to summarize all our presentations, and I would like to talk about three things. Tendencies. We talked a lot about statistics of the global market. Just shortly, we'll go over it. I think our event is called Digital Almaty, and I will talk about why digitalization is so important in a robot? And what are the development areas for Central Asia, for Kazakhstan, and how Cook is different, and how Cook representative offices can help you with that? So everybody saw this statistics in robots. It's amazing, and we understand that these guys in China, they're really moving fast compared to us. 53% of the robots, it's China. And we already mentioned that Kazakhstan is a big country, very rich country, but Kazakhstan has a very little population. China has a lot bigger population. And the cost of labor is cheap, but look at how quickly they're developing. Amazing statistics. And we also mentioned multiple times that intensity of robotics is increasing. Look at the intensity growing in the world. Like, they add lots of robots per 10,000 units, even though they have a lot of robots. But in CIS, we add one robot a year. So if you follow the same logic, in 140 years, we will be where they are right now. So I think, of course, we should not be upset that the things are looking down. But as a producer of robots, we're looking at the Central Asian market as a spring that is ready to jump, and the country will be automated in a big proportion, and I think that will be true. Sooner or later, Kazakhstan will get to robotization, will get to the average marks. It's about when and how soon. Very interesting statistic on how robotization and the intensity of robotization affects the efficiency. There is a direct correlation on how efficiency grows depending on the robotization in the world. So I will say this again, like Vladimir said, Kazakhstan will be robotized. It depends on how soon. And if you look at Alice from Wonderland, we need to understand how fast we need to run and what we need to do. Kazakhstan has a very unique geographical position, because next to Kazakhstan there's China. Also, Europe is not far, and it's 64% of the world market. So why is this important? Because, as a matter of fact, as producers of robots, we create innovation of the first level, while integrators, it's a local engineering companies, they create innovations of second level, know-hows of second level, because plants, they don't need robots, they need working lines, and then working lines are done by local engineers. So what we're trying to do right now, we're trying to create and help the integrators in the market, not only to cover internal market, but also to export those unique solutions that they can create. Speaking of the tendencies and the development of technologies, and about digitalization, of course, there are solutions that KUKA is developing, but we also mentioned that a robot today performs repetitive actions, because for each operation you need to write a code program. Imagine there's a box with things and you need to move it across the floor. Electronic e-commerce. A robot does not see what is where, and everything is in different chaotic state. Imagine the robot needs to pick up once pen, then phone, then a box. So for each operation, he needs to have a code written. In digitalization, it's the next step of the know-how that Kazakhstan can really jump on. It's the recognition. On the robot, you can put a camera, then it can recognize what's in the box. It's artificial intelligence. Then you can write automatic program, you install it on the robot, and the robot as a man can move any object, regardless of where it is. It applies to welding, because piece can be placed differently. It can be welding can be done differently. So it's really the future, and the whole world is working on this. And this is where you can really jump on. given the development of digital technology. So the areas of development, we talked about the robotization development in Denmark 20 years ago. There are three main pillars. It's the state. The state needs to stimulate. In Europe, there are measures of support related to increase of ratio of amortization, robotization. In China, robotization is in the 10 mandatory priority development directions. So that's why they're actively developing it. Secondly, personnel, education, and not only university students, but education and training of current engineers in our engineering companies. So education of people that are already working in the plants. In Denmark, they started with the educational center. Here in Kazakhstan, we also plan to create this educational center where you could send students, not only students, but personnel, employees of engineering companies, which is important. And third pillar, it's business. It's the production engineering companies. All these three pillars, they need to be engaged. We heard that in Denmark, this network is done by association of robotization. In Kazakhstan, it's cool that we have our own Kazakh Association of Automation and Robotics that could join all the players and then create value. And to summarize, how KUKA can be helpful to all of us. We have local official representative offices. We share know-how of the first level, so you can create know-how of second level. So you can create products that will be in demand not only locally, but also in external markets, which are huge. Also, we do trainings. We have full technical coverage and assistance, and the service assistance. So let's move further. Igor, thanks very much. You were on time. Thank you. We have 10 minutes for Q&A session. So I'd like to ask somebody to give the mic to the people in the audience who would like to ask a question. Hello, dear friends. Vadim Zurikov, engineer at Aerospace Center. So I have a few questions because I feel deja vu because I feel like we had in Tech Garden the same in 2015. I represented the same kind of thing, but the question was not very relevant back then. Maybe I can ask in German if...
Was denken Sie auf eine Ausbildungscenter in Kasachstan oder Ausbildung in Deutschland? То есть планируется ли открытие?
So the question is whether or not you plan the KUKA Center in order to develop the competence in Kazakhstan, or the idea is to send our specialists who are eager to learn. So in order to prepare specialists for robotics industry in Kazakhstan, because as colleagues already pointed out, so this is a huge problem, and without highly qualified personnel, we will not be able to move forward. And I would like to come up with this offer because I've been working as part of this for 3 years.
На заводах Biomotor Werke и делал.
And I was doing various robotic solutions, and as an integrator, and I also did that on the German side. And what we offer, so on the basis of Shokan Academy, and this was announced by Mr. Kinesh Rakishev, and I think he stands for development of digital industry, and therefore I would like to propose this cooperation. And this is something that we were discussing back and forth. We were discussing the necessity of integration, and it's important to solve this problem in a complex way. Thank you.
Пожалуйста, кто готов ответить?
So who would be willing to answer that? Vladimir, please. I do not represent KUKA, but still, you talked about the Center of Education. And right now, we're working to create competency center. We're not working, actually. We're already using this Center of Industrial Robotics. And today, we showed it to different colleagues from different countries, prime ministers, their colleagues, associates, and as part of this center, we also to prepare an educational center, training center. We plan to buy proper equipment and not only to train as academically, but specialist engineers, employees, and training specialists that work with the integrators. And we plan to do certification to make sure that it's a certified center, and then we could offer the trainings to everybody who's willing to do it. If you have any offers for cooperation, Sabit, I think, as a representative of the company that is the leading company in this consortium, maybe you could contact him. But as an association, we are ready to cooperate on this. Thank you for your answer. Next question, please.
Sorry for English. I have a question to KUKA colleagues. So my name is Mikhail. I am from ENG consulting company. So I have a question in terms of industrialization and digitalization. So we all know that, for example, for the big companies, like automotive companies, for the countries like China, like Germany, they use completely automated approach. But for the countries, when they build the factory in the countries like Kazakhstan, like other countries, so they have a quite old approach, even from the welding point of view, unlike the companies like Kilet, who smartly apply the robots. So these companies are used manual approach, and they don't want to install many robots and many digitalization because they have in their mind that it's a little bit expensive and they have to use as much labor force as possible, even if the quality of the labor force will be worse. So my question is, how the KUKA works, or does it work with such companies to, let's say, to help them understand that digitalization should be needed in all countries, not only in the countries like China and Germany? Thank you.
So from my perspective, right, in the end, when everything comes to an end, it's the customer who decides if he wants to invest in robotics. I think from my perspective, customers who has this approach, which you are describing, they will probably look totally different in 10 years from now on. Because when I look at the Kazakh market and the interest that I'm seeing over the last 3 years where I've been working with Kazakhstan, I see that there is more a trend towards that we need to automatize. We need to put in robotics in order to be competitive, in order also to leverage the lack of skilled workers that we also see in Kazakhstan, which we see in all countries, right? Because Igor mentioned Kazakhstan is centrally, ideally placed in regards to EU is not so far away, China is right next to you, Uzbekistan is south of you. I mean, you also risk, if you don't maintain the skilled workers and you maintain the, let's say, educational level from your universities, that those people, they're just leaving to other countries. But from a customer, from a KUKA perspective, we are trying, of course, to do what the best we can in regards to informing customers about that it makes sense to invest in robotization. We are sitting here today having a discussion about the importance of robotization in Kazakhstan. We had the introduction also from Kilit, where he informed about the benefits that they had and the advances that they took from having robotics in the production. This is the approach that we can, from our side, from a supplier, bring out the good stories, bring out the good innovations and the good projects, and let people see that, okay, perhaps it's not only Khaled that can make a benefit of having robotics, perhaps I also can. I hope this answered somewhat your
Yeah,
question.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Спасибо, Ким. Позвольте сказать.
Thank you, Kim. Just a few words. We talked about robotization in Kazakhstan, about intensity of robotics. We talked about the steps needed to be taken to develop the digitalization and robotics in the industry. And I would like to say a few words about the Center of Industrial Robotization. Experts have mentioned this already. This center was opened thanks to the World Bank and the stimulation of innovation. We created international consortium featuring international and local participants, universities. South Denmark University that Kim mentioned. As part of international consortium, we have Kazakh National University. As you know, this university has a very good school in mechanics and mathematics, and that's why we chose it. We have very interdisciplinary cooperation. Thanks to this factor, we think that the potential for the Center of Industrial Robotization can be even expanded through interdepartmental, interdisciplinary cooperation. There's Kazakhstan Association of Automation and Robotization. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to thank our experts. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
Раз. Раз. Раз, 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 раз. Раз, раз. Раз, раз. Раз, раз. Да. Раз, раз.
Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары,
Dear participants of the Digital Almaty Forum, we kindly ask you to take your seats and many thanks for your attention.
форума Digital Алматы. Просим вас пройти в зал и занять свои места. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, we kindly request you to proceed to the hall and take your seats. Thank you. Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, ілеспе аудармаға арналған құлаққаптарды залдың кіреберісінде ала аласыздар. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Алматы, наушники для синхронного перевода вы можете получить у входа в зал. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation headphones are available at the entrance to the hall. Thank you for your attention. Құрметті форум қатысушылары, сіздерден телефон дыбысын басып қоюды сұраймыз. Аздаған минуттан соң форум өз жұмысын бастайды. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Dear participants, please switch your phones to silent mode. The forum will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your attention.
Раз, раз. Раз, раз. Коллеги, здравствуйте, я извиняюсь, сейчас немного...
Dear colleagues, good day. I beg your pardon. Let's just wait a little bit more and then we shall start.
Коллеги, здравствуйте.
Colleagues, good day. So there are some technical difficulties, so I would like to take this opportunity and I would like to introduce our today's speakers. And we do have the session, which is filled with professionals because we did invite representatives from national bank, regulators, and representatives of international financial systems. And for us, it's important to understand what would be the way to unite it all as part of the fintech technologies. And we do have participants of panel session, Alina Jamalovna Hajieva, and she is the deputy chairperson of Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan Regulation. And we also have Mr. Timur Ruslanovich Turlov. He is the CEO of Freedom Finance Holding Corporation, Charles Lebleu, Senior Vice President of Visa, and Mr. Yevgeny Nasradin, CEO of Beeline. And we also have Madam Alisa Aldambergen, Chairman of the Management of the Board of CASE. And the main idea is to understand the overall structure of the development of the market, not only from the point of view of National Bank, but also it is important to understand this symbiosis and to understand further trends when it comes to developing other directions that will be coming from the methodological point of view and those blocks that affect the regulations and how the private banks and how the private telecom companies, what would be the way for them to take part in this telecom process and how they can become more oriented when working with clients. So in other words, all the residents, I think ideally they should be able to receive high quality feedback in this regard. And so let's wait one more minute and let's wait for the person and then we can start. So in the process, so I would like to let everyone know that we do have a QR code in case you have some questions that you wanted to ask colleagues. So please make sure that you scan this QR code and make sure you write question directly. So moving forward, when we have a Q&A session, there will be a way to ask questions and you will be able to ask every speaker the question that you wanted to ask. So many thanks.
Коллеги, я думаю, мы, наверное, с вопросов начнем.
So, colleagues, I think we can start with the Q&A session. So, Maria Zhamalovna, the question is for you. And the question has to do with the regulators. So we do have regulators around the world, and they use technologies, and they try to perfect the monitoring and regulation. And given that there is an active digitalization, and we would like to make sure that we defend the rights of consumers, and one of the main points for innovation, and the question is, what do you have on your agenda, and how can you envision from your part how this monitoring and regulation would develop further from your perspective? So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to greet you all on this very session that is dedicated to financial sector. And in our world which is changing very fast, where everyone is affected by digitalization, and particularly financial sector is undergoing a serious change. And not only do we want to track those processes that are happening in financial sector, but we also would like to actively participate in forming the regulatory environment. So we would like to stand for environments, and we would like to stand for innovations and also defend the interest of consumers. And as you know, alongside with National Bank, we adopted 3 strategic documents, and as part of those documents, we are able to implement our activity as far as digitalization is concerned. So we have this concept of developing financial sector and concept of developing financial innovations, and we also have a separate concept for open AP and many other strategic documents. And all those documents, they dictate strategic steps, so we would be able to develop our innovations that we are witnessing as of today, and the basis for those steps as part of regulatory processes. And we would like to observe everything from the data point of view. And also, when we say that those processes are data-centric, we do have fintech and sci-tech. And if development of innovations, it improves the quality of financial services, that means regulatory and monitoring processes, they allow us to make sure that we have stability on the market. So in my intervention, I would like to point out 3 main aspects of our activity. And I would like to talk about this digital transformation. So first of all, it's about perfecting the methods of regulation and monitoring. And for those of you who are aware of the financial sector, of what is going on in the financial sector, so I think it's no secret that we automated the process of double-checking the quality of assets. And we also do various stress tests for many banks. And we also did automate the checking of risks of many financial organizations. So we've got strip, RAS, and stress test. And we also introduced various technologies such as machine learning and also tax and also stress testing. And that did allow us to estimate and to evaluate financial risks, and we're able to process large amounts of data. And NST models allows us to track changes on the regulatory basis, and this also allows us to figure out what the systematic risks are. And as part of QR, we are in the process of improving the instruments, so we're able to figure out whether or not a private person is able to meet their financial obligations, and we study various algorithms of machine learning, and we also organize an internal reporting, and this is how we are expected to choose the best algorithms that would be a part of regulatory and monitoring process. And this year we would like to continue working with the machine learning algorithms. This is how we plan to improve the monitoring in various sectors, and in order to do that we plan to create a unified app, and it will integrate not only bank applications but also the system of regulatory monitoring, CREP, Rust, and meaning all the sectors, they will be involved one way or another. And another point of view from the regulatory stress testing, and I would like to draw your attention to that. So an important aspect of developing machine learning, and this is how we would be able to track unusual transactions. This is how we would be able to figure out what suspicious transactions are, and this is how we plan to improve the quality of our work as far as tracking this unusual activity. And the idea is to improve the monitoring process. And the second block that I wanted to draw your attention to, this is the block that is dedicated to insurance. And thanks to those technologies that we have, technologies for addressing and analyzing data, and on the basis of the database of the credit bureau, so we are able to improve the quality of underwriting risks, and this allows us to do pretty much anything. So we're able to figure out the cost of insurance products, and this database will allow us to improve and to reduce the pressure on insurance organizations, and we will be able to get rid of a lot of unnecessary bureaucratic activity. And if we were to look at the insurance market made a breakthrough as far as digitalization is concerned. So 100,000 of contracts get signed in online mode. So in 2023, we also adopted the legal base on online regulating, so the so-called Euro protocol, and within the first month, we already see the results of integrating this Euro protocol. And starting from this year, this Euro protocol allows us to reduce the number, I should say the number, but the quality days. So we used to have 90 days, and now we have only 60 days. It takes only 60 days to evaluate the car accident. And thanks to the Euro protocol, and thanks to the fact that we have the simplified regulation algorithm, and this became possible as part of the unified database, and we have the super flexible tariffs for insurance, and this allows us to regulate the cost of insurance policy, and this is the way we manage to automate not only internal processes when providing insurance services, but also we made sure that we are able to offer a high level of protection to our citizens, and this allows us an additional convenience from providing insurance services on the market. So, yes, Madam Maria, thank you very much. We realize that the way financial market functions, it did change a lot. Not only the structure of the bank, but also the habits of consumers. And I think this is an important aspect, and we can talk about this aspect for many, many hours. And I would like to take this opportunity, and I would like to invite the representatives of National Bank of Kazakhstan, Mr. Murat Suleymanovich, and he would like to talk about further plans and what they have in mind and how they plan to develop further. So thank you very much, Mr. Bayan. And first of all, I would like to ask your forgiveness for being late, because I was supposed to make an introduction, but I think there was this traffic jam, and I think it has to do with snow, because we do not normally receive an awful lot of snow in Almaty. And I will be brief, and I'm very happy to greet all the participants and dear colleagues, dear participants of this panel discussions, a very warm welcome to this session that is dedicated to the world of finance, and we can be sure that financial sector of Kazakhstan is taking advantage of all this digitalization, and we did have a great deal of success when it comes to cashless payments, and we're already able to provide so many governmental services in digital format. And within the last 5 years, so we have a 10-time fold increase in cashless transactions. So 9 transactions out of 10 happens thanks to this digital banking. And I think all the governmental processes, starting from onboarding and all the payments, they happen in digital format. And as a national bank, we have this successful center of bio-identification based on the anthropological data, and we have more than 1 million requests that were processed until now. And digitalization of financial sector, this yields this multiplication effect, and it affects not only the financial market, but also it affects the industry of e-commerce and many others. And we can be reasonably sure that digital finance, they allowed us to become a leader. And I think the task that we have in hand as a governmental sector, it's important that we stay as a leader in CIS country and in Central Asia. So there are several directions I would like to draw your attention to. So first and foremost, this is the fact that we have an infrastructure. So we're talking about national financial infrastructure, which is very important, especially when reaching success as a country. And the key principle of this infrastructure is we have to make sure that we provide equal access to all the participants and the clearly defined rules where a person, a consumer, would be in the center. So in this sense, we create this analogy with the energy network of the country, where the state, through the KIGOC, state acts as an owner of the main network of the main heating network, and participants, they regulate things on the very last mile. So on one hand, we're able to provide a sane competition, and at the same time we are able to have the situation where operator is equally stays away from all other players. Therefore, the development of those platform models, that this should not be a restriction to other players, and I think digital ecosystem, they should be opened for everyone. And this is our point of view, and based on that, we form national financial infrastructure. And I think you are very aware of key elements. So this is the national payment system, the digital tenge platform, open API platform, and mechanism of digital consent, anti-fraud, and many other initiatives. And many of those initiatives were launched already, and for the most part, those services and the elements of the platform will be launched in 2025. So the second point of view is to have the balanced regulations. So regulations should help us to reduce this legal gap, and at the same time, it's important to make sure that the rights and of consumers of financial services are respected and protected. And third of all, it is important that the regulator gets involved, because we need to have the catalyst for a certain type of innovation. So us, as National Bank, we will do everything we can to create a favorable conditions for innovative solutions, and we have to make sure that all the participants are involved, starting from major banks and ending with fintech startups. And in order to have these balanced ideas, we need to get involved the existing platforms, regulatory sandboxes, a national bank, and International Financial Center Astana. So in order to have this high-tech market, it is impossible without the digital regulator. So it should be modern, flexible, and it should be able to adapt. And therefore, this structures that we have from National Bank, this is our main priority. And the most important thing is that we have data-driven central bank, and this will allow us to reconsider many business processes that we have in our bank on the basis on the transaction data that we receive. And on that basis, we form a big digital platform, and the platform will be directed at looking into this digital transactions, and we will have many other areas of our activity. And apart from that, we need to make sure that we have this wide range of data, and this will allow us to improve our predictive analytics, and we hope that our work will be more useful. So Maria Jamalovna, she was talking about SUPTA, correct technology, and in our work we make sure that we interact with our colleagues for our RFR. So this financial stability matter, so this is the mandate of National Bank, and in this sense we are going hand in hand. And alongside with the market, we should formulate our approaches as far as introducing artificial intelligence is concerned. So we've been talking about this a lot. So artificial intelligence, so this is this horizontal new technology. And in this regard, financial sector should also be involved. And in the moving forward, this will define also the competitiveness not only of separate company, but the competitiveness of the state in general. So therefore, we are looking into this potential and how this can be applied to financial sector. So it's important to develop this scientific component, and we need to have this international cooperation on this matter. And moving forward, we plan to formulate our vision as part of the separate report in this very regard. And the last but not least, it's important to develop various initiatives on improving financial literacy. So this is an important part of any system, because one way or another, it's all about the quality of regular people. So as consumers and as participants and as also actors of various financial organizations. So we plan to continue this work on improving financial literacy. And at the end, I wanted to highlight that the cooperation between the state, real sector, and financial sector. So this is something that defines the development of the country of the overall. So we have to witness many, many challenges, and therefore digitalization should serve us, and digitalization should be useful for development overall. And we need to make sure that everyone feels the effect of digitalization. So I would like to thank dear participants of the panel discussions. I think we will have many, many interesting interventions. And from my part, I think all the initiatives of any participants on the market, so they will receive our full support. And as a regulator of Central Bank, I wanted to take this opportunity and I wanted to say that openly. So many thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for such detailed description of our direction. We all understand that the structure of digitalization in the world allows and requires openness, complete openness, and this issue of openness and transformation of enterprises, especially National Bank, I would like to address to Adil Muratovich. The history of this organization is quite long, and there were different issues and challenges in the development. The structure changed, the structure of financial market changed. Muratovich, going back to that, last year we had changes in the National Payment Corporation. You launched big projects in digital tenge. The structure of banking started to change. In your opinion, what new things are we expecting? Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I have a small presentation. I'd like to use it to answer this question. You have the contacts, my contacts up on the screen. So WhatsApp, a Telegram, this is all here. So monetary system in the country, it's the blood system of the economy. So its efficiency depends on the economy. Imagine if you cannot send money, wire money from one account to another, it will affect economic system. So National Bank, maybe looking forward, it tries to adapt this blood flow system to adapt it to today's challenges. In the first 10 years of the independence, we focused on the creation of national currency. The next 10 years, we tried to promote cashless payments, electronic payments. So right now, we're one of the most cashless economies in the world, with a cashless share of 85%. So I think it's possible, thanks to high competitiveness between the players of the market, and say it's possible through the progressive rules of the game and the right infrastructure. So this combination of partnership of regulators, players of the market, it brought this. But economy is changing. COVID became the catalyst for many changes, and it still is. And right now, the National Bank is building digital infrastructure. What is digital financial infrastructure? in our everyday life. We use online banking, we send money, so there are many applications. It's very competitive area. So this competitiveness is possible due to many infrastructure solutions that are lying underneath this iceberg. So any fintech depends on four pieces: digital identification, the digital agreement, safe exchange, and the payment itself. So the available distance from players, it's important. It's important to us, for the country, to develop this digital financial infrastructure. And fintech, they need to be very competitive. That's the formula of success. So to speak specifically, any life cycle consists of very simple steps. First, you need to open remotely an account. Secondly, you need to be able to sign digitally, electronically documents. In our cases, it's state services, government services. You need to have payment systems, and then finalization of the payments. So, and it should be safe and secure. So our mission of our corporation is to create our own digital solution for each stage. So what would give us transactional costs will be lower. And what's important for us is that it's consumer, people-oriented, like Timur said. So, depending on the choice, it will depend who is the best in the market. That's why we need digital agreements, so that we need to see where the data is going, where information is going. And thirdly, is that each player of the market needs to have clear availability, accessibility to these markets. And then we have digital sovereignty, and we will have less shocks. But it's not that we expect some shocks, but for a government, it's important to have the sustainable system. I will just stop on a few things. Most interesting projects. Digital Tenge. We launched it in 2023. So it will be the third form. For us, consumers, nothing will change. Not much will change. There will be a separate line on your applications where you could switch and use Digital Tenge. So what are the key difference? It's secured by the government. In central bank, will not be creating any separate application for Digital Tenge. Everything will be available through the players. What will it give you? You can pay offline without internet financial inclusivity. We're sure that the potential of blockchain will give new impetus, and this year we'll have new services with the partners. Thirdly, it's no secret that Digital Tenge can be useful for transparent government budget control. Digital Tenge, it's not an instrument of surveillance. We don't want to control and surveillance all the transactions, but where we need to provide some efficiency of taxes and budget money, Digital Tenge will not be a absolute healing, but it will be very a good instrument. So we hope that this will be a topic of discussion. And Digital Tenge allows to make cheaper payments. I will not be going into details. This will be available, and this information you can read on the National Bank website. In 2023, we launched the card. We did different trainings. This year, Digital Tenge will be available to many more people in Kazakhstan. This will be a part of our different projects. And stay tuned for latest news. So last year we launched API Open Banking. This was initiative for three regulators: National Bank, Agency for Regulation of Financial Market, and Agency for Competition. So the point of this project is that we give people control over their data. If I want to give my data, no matter which bank, financial institution, or some third party, it's my right because I own my data. So with this initiative, we give back the control of the people, control to the people. So the whole idea about API is about this. And thanks to this functionality, we have lots of new opportunities. For example, the ability to control your finances in any application. You can see all your accounts from other banks as well, and this can be achieved through API. You have new services. Imagine financial analytics on all services in one application. Imagine you can have personalized helper support. So we're opening the era for new services. This service will be scaled, and we hope that until the end of the year, except that you can see the information on all your on your accounts. You'll be able to manage money. You'll be able to transfer money without commission or with small commissions, up to 1 million. Next initiative is the Anti-Fraud Center. So very importantly, that we are creating based this collective immunity. Each organization is introducing their services. Anti-fraud tries to defend this, but we think this will be a lot more effective if all this information from all financial organizations is consolidated in one center. And if there's a fraud incident in one bank, the other banks will be notified about this, that you need to react quickly. And we are consolidating all the data that will allow us to be able to do preventive policies against different fraud. Last year we did with 13 banks. This year it will be full, complete. It will be integrated with all the banks. There are many projects. We are a very young organization very experienced. We will turn 30 next year. It's a new stage of development for us. We're always looking for new talents, so we're building team. You can scan the QR code. You can find the vacancies and the job openings. So if you have any desire to talk to me personally, there's my phone number. So let's build digital future of Kazakhstan together. Thank you very much. So everything starts with a hypothesis, with assumption. I wanted to highlight that the whole idea of assumption development, the new format of development, the participation of National Bank, and the creation of Digital Tenge with the Anti-Fraud Center, it deserves huge attention because Kazakhstan in this block is one of the leaders across the world. So this block where we can focus on, that we can be proud of. The next block is the piloting, the idea from idea to usage, understanding the consumer. It's very important. So we created the condition. We are trying to create the right condition for the consumers. So I'd like to give the floor to Timur Ruslanovich about Freedom Bank, about Freedom Holding. Everybody knew. I think people will know even more. Actually, this focus is this client-oriented focus. It's very unique, not only in Kazakhstan, not only in Central Asia, but in my understanding, what is being done right now, this is really milestone development. So Timur Ruslanovich, Freedom is actively using digital technologies in the development of its business, and everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. So generative AI, how do you see this development? Where is the bank right now? What products are we expecting? I think the main vision of this year is to start to monetize the pool of data that we were able to collect by this point, that will allow us, on the one hand, to ask less questions and to be more accessible and available, to find clients when he needs it, and to do some special offers when they are in demand, and it's not just waste and trash. So for that we need machine learning to be able to find these hidden links. So very good results from last year. 130 billion we gave to small businesses. That's the average loan was 5.6 million tenge. About 20 million for guaranteed loans, and they were given digitally, those loans. So we did not have any expenses for credit analysts. We didn't have people going like visiting the borrowers. Last year was the year. It was the year when we decreased the loans. We went away from credit commissions. We never paid credit commissions for market. They were existing. For example, loans for cars, and the premiums were paid by banks. We were able to offer cheaper product and not pay for the physical access of the client. We were able to analyze the risks, even for used cars, without even seeing it, without sending people to evaluate this client, without availability to big bases, without integration with insurance bases. All these things would not be possible. We would not be able to insure the car remotely. And without that, we would not be able to fund it. So there is a link. There are many links in this chain. So they cannot exist without this. The process will be broken. When you have more data, you become more accessible to the client. You have less of a false requests. When you reject the client, that maybe it would be nice to actually accept it. And this is a big loss for us. There are two problems for any financial institutions: is to approve the credit to those who will not return it to you, and give it to those who can return this credit. But to see this thin line between the clients that will be able to return, pay back, and that will be eliminate the losses from the loans. And that is where we use the models based on big data. So the more data we have, the more accurate, the more specific we become, the more good we are at detecting fraud. And the services of national banks that were given by Agency for National Regulations and other bodies, they really helped us. Without that, we would not have been able to do it. And in many parameters of finance, we are ahead of leading competitors in developed countries for one reason: the regulator supports us. If the regulator does not allow you to do these services, it's really hard to build quality model. And people, they find solutions. There are many services that allow to do biometry without the regulator, but they increase the identification fraud in that case, and they complicate the life of financial institution. So going back to Gen AI, I think we've been using Gen AI by insurance company to make sure that we automate the payments. We needed it. It's connected to bank, but Freedom Insurance, we trained we train people to identify and to identify the damages on these cars, and this allows the adjusters to reset the files and they spend less time now identifying that. They trying to train the models, but they just need to make the decisions. In many cases, they just need to say everything is right or no. You need to clarify that, but you eliminate 80-90% of the routine manual work, and you need 3 adjusters instead of 12, and it speeds up the process, eliminates the mistakes, and it allows us to put the right people in their positions. We're actively using it to communicate with the client in different languages. Bank is starting to use Gen AI in contact center. It's obvious in big instruments, starting from consulting to collection, all soft collection is deeply integrated with Gen AI. And these models allow to work with it better than with real people. We really see it. they can talk well in Kazakh, then switch to Russian. They understand Kazakh mixed with Russian, and they achieve sometimes better results than the real operators. And they are identifiable for most people, and they allow us to be very effective here. And we are convinced that our employees, they do not violate any rules during ethics rules to keep the reputation of the bank and to keep the rights, to follow the rights of the consumer. I think that's what inspires us. And this trustful relationship as part of the safe exchange of data that we built between B2B, B2G, B2C in Kazakhstan, it's very unique, our phenomenal competitive advantage to which we can make products unavailable anywhere in the world. Because, not because we have the most talented developers, but because we have great digital government. That's why we have digital mortgage in one day that is done without the real people, because we have digital regulator. And I think this product was done in less than a year because those services were ready, were prepared. So thank you very much. We need to highlight here that the idea is what's different from Freedom Block. You said 5.6 million, it's the average check, average loan. So we're talking about the potential opportunities, creating good conditions and for the consumers. Mr. Lobo.
So it has heard that various technologies starting from AI to hardware development. You are very popular for the kind of development of the ecosystem for the whole payment systems and etc. So you, as a chief risk officer in that development, what kind of most important imperatives for payment security you can handle, you can focus on, and what is the basic trends in this development?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for inviting me and thank you for having me. It's a privilege to be here. I want to congratulate all of you because everything that I've heard so far on the panel is just tremendously exciting. You are truly a digital first economy, and this fantastic forum that you've organized is testament to that. We are very proud to be here in Kazakhstan. We're very proud to have partnered. We've partnered on the Digital Tenge initiative as well. I'm going to pivot the conversation a little bit and answer your question, and I have a few slides to take us through. So, all of us know that digital is the way forward, and this is growing exponentially. The number of people who will use digital wallets globally will go to about 5.2 billion people. So that's the majority of the population. This is inevitable, and the numbers bear it out. So in digital-only programs, we've seen over a 50% growth just in a year. Tokens have never been more important because tokens gives you the dimension of security combined with convenience, and it also builds confidence with consumers. So again, tokens have grown close to 60% in a year. These are massive numbers. And what we really see is, and all of you know, that the pandemic pushed large parts of the population to become digital natives. People who had never used a digital technology became suddenly users of digital. The growth rates in e-commerce have sustained. They haven't flagged off. So we've seen growth rates in e-commerce, we've seen face-to-face coming back. What does this tell us? It actually bears out the statistic that was mentioned, that 9 out of 10 transactions are digital now. This is a massive, massive shift. And that's what's displacing cash, right? So we see clearly that cash is coming down steadily year on year as part of the composition of finance that gets taken care of. E-commerce is growing. Network tokenization has never been more important. So what does that mean really from a security perspective? The barriers to committing fraud are coming down. What does that really mean? It means that as more and more digital natives are coming into the participation pool, the opportunities to commit fraud through social engineering and such like are growing. more and more vulnerable sections of society, like elderly, like first-time users of digital. These are areas where fraudsters are focusing all their attention, because this is where you have an easy way of penetrating the systems and committing fraud. So the barriers to committing fraud are coming down. What we've noticed is, and all of us as an industry have put a lot of emphasis on securing the transaction. So in the e-commerce space, we have technologies such as 3D Secure and passcodes, etc. On the POS terminals, the traditional way, we moved to chip. Then we put a pin, and we said you put a chip and a pin together. So we focused in the last few years a lot on securing the transaction. The fraudsters have figured out that they need to move up the scale, right? So where are they focusing on? All of us know that we have this most seamless way of tokenizing your card and putting it into a wallet. Either it's a Google Pay or a Samsung Pay or an Apple Pay. It's a beautiful experience. It's an experience that all of us feel so seamless. It flows easily. The fraudsters have figured out that if they can catch us before, and if they can figure out a way in which they can take a credential and tokenize it, then that's the best way of beating the system. Because whether it's the issuer or the acquirer, everybody trusts the token. The token has so much inherent trust in it. So that's where they're moving up the life cycle. They are starting earlier. And we've all got to be aware of that. AI, Timur was mentioning the power of Gen AI. AI is a fantastic technology. This year, it's all been about AI. We've seen share prices of companies in this go through the roof. But with great good that AI can do, there is also great bad. And a lot of the bad guys are collaborating in real time at the warp speed by using these technologies. For example, deep faking technology. Yeah, we now see deep fakes being used to clone the voices of people, to be able to give instructions. My boss is the chief risk officer of Visa. One day his secretary got a voicemail message which was very, very authentic, and it was giving her instructions to do certain thing. In fact, that was a deep fake. Now, if it can happen at the top, very top of the house, it can happen to anybody. And this is where consumers are very vulnerable. And so we've got to do a lot more in educating consumers around this, but not just consumers, all our stakeholders and constituents. We know as bankers that we have large corporate banking clients. There's a lot of money in the corporate banks. These are easy targets because the return of investment on committing a fraud in a corporate bank with a corporate account is much harder. You'd have to do it for 1,000 consumers to get the kind of return on the corporate. So we've got to do a lot more in educating them, because AI can be misused and is being misused. And as I said, consumers, and especially the younger generation, is expecting seamless experiences. Embedded finance is something that is required, right? You want to experience finance not by finance alone, but in the day-to-day areas of your life. What that does is it creates a lot of pressure on financial institutions on how they can not just create those experiences, but make those experiences safe and secure. And so there's got to be a lot of investment in securing these seamless experiences. And innovations, as we have seen, and we've looked at all the data around the world, as more and more innovative financial services are coming out and more innovative products are emerging, the fraudsters are figuring out that those are softer targets to address. Why? Because they have not yet benefited from all the investments and experience in mitigating risk and mitigating fraud. So we see clearly the trends that the traditional payment methods are getting less attacked, but the more emerging payment methods are becoming the more choice of attack for the bad guys. So these are some of the top 5 trends in payment security. Visa has invested $10 billion in technology over the last 5 years. These are huge investments, but because we are a network that is committed to uplifting everyone everywhere, we know that we cannot leave any of our constituents out. And therefore we are committed and we make these investments. Our strategies around fraud and protection are geared towards protecting against potential threats. So we have people who are dedicated to monitoring the network. We have over 1,000 cybersecurity professionals who are working day in and day out. We've got folks who look for, they look for chatter on the dark web. And then we share this intel and we share this knowledge with our constituents so they can protect themselves. We look at defending. So we run AI. We've been in AI for the last 30 years. We run network level monitoring because that's the way of helping defend when attacks are actually happening. And then we also tailor. So we build a lot of solutions and we give our solutions to our clients and we enable our clients to use our solutions because there is no crystal ball around fraud. You don't know when you're going to be attacked and the attack vectors vary. So one financial institution may experience a lot of social engineering. Another financial institution may experience a lot of brute force attacks and bin attacks. So we allow our constituents to tailor their solutions and use our solutions to tailor their strategies. And then the most important thing is how do we evolve as times move on. So this is a summary of what we are doing in this space to really address the challenges and make sure this digital first is the most amazing thing for all our constituents to experience and enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, now we are living in a completely vulnerable world. It's like a lot of threats, and it's really, and we do really need to understand that technology is changing everything. And it's really amazing how you as Visa really face this issue and how you are changing that kind of industrial focus approach. So, Евгений Иванович, здесь вот возвращаясь...
Mr. Evgeny Ivanovich, we are going back to this department, and in general, when we talk about telecom companies, and for 20 years they've been purely telecom companies, and the way we see today, we see cross-functional changes, and the company's phones, it's not only the company that offers various services, and it helps to deal with various voice messages, so you transfer information and you transfer certain segments of your of the life in your activity, and all the fields, there is this the borders, they disappear. So telecom companies in Beeline, what they would look like and how they should develop. And yes, it's a good thing. They started talking about this forum, and when you started talking about this, it looks like that part of my presentation. And Beeline, indeed, it stopped to be this classical telecom operator. So apart from our basic products, so we would like to point out our mission, and we do have the internet at home, we do have musical streaming services, and we do have various cloud services, and also we do have financial service that we call Simply, and this is what we do alongside with Visa. So the monthly active users, not SIM card, but our digital services, we do have more than 6 million people. So 11 million SIM card and more than 6 million users, they use other services of Beeline, and more than 3 million, they use financial services. And I think 2.5 million out of those users, they do have digital wallets, digital Simply wallets, and for the most part they are equipped with the premium, so with the Visa Platinum card. And right now, I think some banks would experience some pain, so we are in top 3 when it comes to premium cards on the market. So we are not bank. So people were asking where fintechs are, and we do not have banking license. So this is the fintech activity, and we are in top 3 as far as premium cards on the market are concerned. And we go through, and we so 24% of all the money in the country goes through our system. So we are not a bank, we are a fintech organization, and we managed to offer this service to 24% of the population. And if I were to talk about the way we are equipped, so naturally we do have AML compliance, we do have officers with their unique qualification as far as mobile financing is concerned. This is slightly different, and we go through PCI audits, and we do have the tulips and enterprise solutions, and the most important thing, we do have our own IT team, and I think this is the contribution of Beeline as far as developing of this IT industry, because we do have more than 500 developers, and part of this team, they are dedicated to improving this payment services, and this allows us to develop things relatively fast. And I think it is also a great achievement for Kazakhstan that apart from classical banking, that it is already acknowledged that Kazakhstan is really advanced, that we do have new financial formats. So, and in order to develop this direction further, it is true that we do need regulatory support, and for this whole range of services, we have to use our banks, who are our partners, Aquarium, Comisium, but if we were to create another type of regulation, and if we were to create this special license for digital banking, I'm not talking about classical banking, that means we would be able to say hundreds of million tenge per year. This is something that we have to pay to license holders, despite the fact that we are fully equipped, and we are fully equipped from technological part as well. So this is not purely for commercial services. So this is done so we would be able to invest even more for services for consumers. And we are a part of VIOM group, and we do have this opportunity to witness the development that is taking part in other countries, in Kyrgyzstan, in Bangladesh, and this is developing really actively, such as easy to understand digital construction for digital banks. And in this regard, we would be eager to serve as a platform for other formats. So we do know that those prudent various norms, they will increase, and we are ready to invest in this direction. And naturally, as a fintech participant, we are particularly interested in that, and we are interested in regulators' initiatives such as Unified QR, Digital Tenge, and it will be our pleasure, and it would be our pleasure to be part of that project. So many thanks. Yes, many thanks, Evgeny Ivanovich. I'm a Beeline user, and in reality, I was very curious to listen about further development. And yes, everything is working very well, and I wish a lot of success to the company. And the next, Ms. Alina Utimisovna, and Kazakh stock market. So in reality, so this is a super regulated, and this is a large technological block, and you offer also platform solutions. And when we talk about digital future of Kazakhstani stock exchange, so we do not always understand the structure of development of KASE, what it would look like, and in what direction this will be developing further. So if you could talk about that in greater detail, so how stock exchange in Kazakhstan will be developing further, and what technology means for that. So I think Timur is winking already. So let's put it this way. So we are not banks, and we are not Beeline, because we do not deal directly with private person, and our model defines the fact that we are still in B2B realm, because our main clients, those are for the most part brokers and banks, and therefore if I were to talk about transformation, and we see this main transformation, and this is reflected in your experience and in experience of other broker organizations, and within last 3 years this changed. So you can open any app of any bank, and right now we are in the process of IPO of Air Astana. So banks are penetrating this realm, and this is happening not only in Kazakhstan but also pretty much anywhere in the world. And broker organizations, they allow you to put orders into trading systems, and on the basis of our stock market, so we see this trading among institutions, and amount of transaction is increasing. So within the last year, the number of investing, it grew by 53%. On stock market, it grew by 60%. So a lot would depend on the number of interesting instrument, because you trade through the broker's app. And if I were to talk about stock exchange, that I would say that stock exchange, it's all about the technology. So we picture the image, and more often than not, we think of the media, and what you see on New York platform. So this is purely for entertainment purposes. So they do have also electronic systems, and for the most part, yeah, people are not yelling anymore. Everything is done digitally, and everything is happening fast. And on the stock market in last year, we have 1.4 million transactions, and on New York Stock Exchange, I think more than 1 million transactions per day. So we have a lot of space for improvement, and our trading system thus allows us to have this excess capacity. So we see that the speed of trading regular stocks is increasing, and therefore we see the robots both on the foreign exchange market and on equity market. And robots are being set up by brokers, and when it comes to more developed markets, we do have various AI instruments as well. And stock exchange, this is a technical complex, and if I were to talk about new technologies, I'm talking about ABK. So in reality, we do have data centers, and we are managing centers ourselves, and we do have the clouds of our own, and all the stock exchange systems are virtualized apart from the trading system. And trading system, they require high performance, and therefore, and this is the trend, is everyone kind of goes to the cloud service, and there are many users of Amazon services and stuff like that. And the question is whether or not the speed of trading will decrease. And the truth is we do have external providers, tier 3, and this allows us the continuation of our trade. So we do have communication channels, we do have backup channels, and in Almaty overall we do have this metro cluster, and the plan is to back up, to make sure that we back up our trade, and this is what we plan to do in Kazakhstan. And in the stock markets we do have various exchanges and various applications that support trade. So this is the trade itself, and this is the data that is generated thanks to the trading, and this is the way to transfer data to the international markets. And this is the way that we work with data, and this work will be changing because we have many various AI instruments. So brokers will be using AI to a larger extent, and in the past, we saw this offer to either to buy or to sell something from the broker, and in the future, I think we will see the online risk management and this data for the stock market, and this is something that we can use to do the risk management.
So we'll introduce the AI instruments to decrease risks and to improve risk management. One of the newest instruments, it's the Aurum management system or online trading that is being used by brokers mostly, but we provide the services to foreigners. That's why these instruments will be growing. So one of the most impressive things is the switch to blockchain. Last year, we showed how blockchain is changing transactional expenses. So we see what's happening with digitalization. So we are eliminating mediators. So we launched the pilot where we are the platform where you could place some things and they trade. This is the tokenized assets are increasing right now. So not only different instruments are tokenized right now. So right now you can break down piece of art into several tokens and you can trade it. So carbon limits, carbon credits, it's also can be tokenized. So it's divided by those who need them. That's why in blockchain technology we see the markets which are less actively traded, but they can be used instrument of calculation and accounting. So tokenized securities, they are considered digital tenge, but the stock market is issuing stablecoin that is traded to digital tenge. It's a project together with Baynur. So we'll be shaping this. We'll be working together with the legislation, and we'll be looking how to use it. So those systems that require high speed, blockchain is not used. Blockchain is mostly used in the transactional sphere. So where we're going to move, I said that we'll be using AI first in the stock market. We'll be using brokers in trades and robotization of instruments of our service. It's the next step after automation. Everything that can be automated and can be humanless, manless, it can be done. So it's great that you're putting such great focus on the experience of other stock markets, that you're focusing too much on Hong Kong experience, because for a long time I spent in China, and what they do in stock markets, it has focused on internal market, and it blew up the financial structure. Great news, thank you very much. So we had the QR code, we had lots and lots of questions. We are a little behind on time, so we took 3 questions. The first question I would like to address Binur Muratovich. Very interesting question. It sounds like it. When will fintech company work in payments from in transfers without mediators? The infrastructure that we are building right now, it has to be available, maximal accessible and available. But what is the important rule of the game? It's honesty, transparency to all the players. And right now I'm giving my own opinion. So a regulation is built in the following way. So if we have direct access to a fintech company to enter the infrastructure, there might be a regulation conflict. For example, now the players, because of the regulation, they are forced to, or they have to, they're investing in the issues of security when we talk about personal data, or when we talk about the protection from fraud. As soon as this situation changes in terms of regulation, if its situation is fixed, then I don't see any barriers to do this directly, to do the direct payments, transfers. I think maybe this question is better addressed to the regulators. Timur Muratovich? The question regarding the report on artificial intelligence. When will it be released? And can you give us some more details on that, on the National Bank? So what interesting are we going to have with the AI? I think this question already has the answers. We cannot say what this report will have, but because it's a new field, it's a new sector, because the things that we are doing, they're still foreign to us. Like Timur said, we are leaders in many things, not only in the region, but also in the world. That's why in some topics we adapt some experience from foreign countries and we build it here. AI in financial sector, it's not the same. We have to redo things. There are no like templates or blueprints. So what will we have in this report? I cannot tell you right now. It's a big work that we have to work. Colleagues are still doing this, different research corporations, but we'll promise that it will be very fast, it will be very soon, and we will share this report with you. And another promise, it's not just a report to regulation. We want the industry to be involved, because we're not doing this for ourselves. We are doing this for the industry. The artificial intelligence, it's a framework, it's a basic foundation, and it's the rules of the game. So we have to understand how it's going to happen. We don't have much time. I think it's a question to all the colleagues. You can raise a hand. So we talk about AI, Gen AI. Do you believe in its development? Everybody believes in development of Gen AI. Then a question to the financial regulator, because you didn't raise your hand. So approaches to regulation in factorial activities. And can we use AI in this direction, in factorings? Yeah, I think we all believe in artificial intelligence. It's our reality, it's here. What we're doing right now in the machine learning and the elements of AI in control, supervision processes, it's really started, and hopefully we will continue to use AI in these aspects in the processes related to control, supervision functions, to risk assessment, to provision of financial stability, and related to underwriting of risks that we have in the market right now. Final question. Do you have any other questions? Okay. So now the question is more to the private sector. Evgeny Ivanovich, Timur Islановich, Minur Muratovich, not as a private. When we talk about QR, we talk about the unique, unified section that will be working in one direction. So the first question, when will it happen? And to all the participants, so what do you think about the integration of QR with the operator, of national operator? Just shortly, you know the history of unified QR? It's a question to the national system of some instant transactions. This what allows us to do direct debit between different accounts and to break some closed ecosystems that are trying to do this internally. Here we need to find some compromises because we often go to extremes as different players, and we're trying to turn everything into QR, but this is not right. And we understand that for many cases, B2C transactions, when people pay for something, NFC payments, they are safer and faster, actually, and they are global standards. And if we have any conflicts between the speed of these payments, you need to work on that, on these aspects. And of course, obviously, the system of instant payments should work. It's important for the protection of competition. There are many cases when we need it, but at the same time, I will say it again, we don't need to turn everything into QR. So it's practical application. It's limited, I think, but it needs critical development, of course. Do we have anything to add? Of course, I will agree with this. I think the customer will decide. And as for the trade, I think QR, it's very convenient for the client. It did not the regulator who came up with it. It's a market standard. That's why from our side we will join if we have the opportunity to with a bank partner. We'll use bank partners, but definitely this decision, this solution will be brought up with our clients, with our customers. It's not only about QR. There should be a national payment system. We believe that the operation should be in the hands of government because it's a very sensible and sensitive topic. So we need to have a remote player that has the best interest of customers and of all players. So I think National Bank has this task to implement this year. I think we'll realize it this year. Thank you. Alex, we have very little time. It was a very good discussion. So we will wait for the new reports of the National Bank. We're waiting for the AI reports. So thank you very much and have a good day and good luck.
Нет, я проверяю. Раз. Раз.
Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, сіздерді залға өтіп, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Алматы, просим вас пройти в зал и занять свои места. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, we kindly request you to proceed to the hall and take your seats. Thank you.
Я думаю, начнем.
I think we can start. Let's turn down the music. Hello, dear participants of the forum and the speakers. Welcome to the session dedicated to the key aspects of the industrial process efficiency using 1C platform. We are going to discuss the latest experiences, best practices in digital transformation of the industry. During our discussion, we will look at the key aspects of the 1C platform, tasks, strategies, results, projects that were implemented of the 1C. My name is Laura Salamat, and I will be moderating this session. Before we begin, allow me to tell you that we have 1 hour 20 minutes. We'll have 1 hour for discussion and 20 minutes we'll leave for questions from the audience. So if you have any questions ready, you can ask them. It will be nice if you join this discussion. Allow me to introduce speakers. Peter Slukin, Deputy Director for Work with Corporate Clients, 1C Kazakhstan. Vladimir Mastaev, Director of Excelcom. Alexey Kulikov, Managing Director for IT Group Companies Allure. Sergey Lebedev, General Director for IT Landsoft. To dive into the discussion, I'd like to devote a few minutes to the statistics to make sure that you 100% understand the digital projects that are being implemented in Kazakhstan right now in the manufacturing companies. Right now, in Kazakhstan, we have more than 800 active, average, medium, and small-sized enterprises in mining and in manufacturing industries. If you talk about the development of the tendency, we can see positive trends. For example, if we look at the indicators such as investments in technologies for the past 10 years, we can point out the double growth. In 2014, it was invested 234 billion tenge. In 2023, 500 billion tenge by manufacturing companies. During the pandemic, we had accelerated growth of the companies that started implementing digital solutions, and right now, on average, in the company, we have up to 4 production solutions. Speaking of the statistics, for example, in 2019, this indicator was 4.8. In 2022, more than 50%. Also, I'd like to touch on the industrial solutions. and touch on the 1C solutions that we'll be discussing today. For example, you cannot underestimate the growth of industrial solutions, digital solutions in industrial companies. The dynamic is clear. ERP systems, according to the statistics, in 2022 were implemented in 200 companies. In 2020, it was only 50. In 2023, we have more than 100. In 2019, we had 40. And so we can say this area of production that is not digitalized in Kazakhstan in 2023, up to 50 companies. In 2019, we have up to 10. We have room for growth. We have a lot to talk about. Today, we have here experts from 1C as the suppliers and as the clients that will share their experience. Piotr, I would like to give the floor to you to open this session and to give the review of the technological solutions of 1C. Good evening. Our session shifted a little, so everyone's a little tired, so we're trying to keep it as short and as light as possible and to put across the information in a very light form. We'll try to avoid the difficult terms. So I would like to start with the following. So what is 1C? Because very often many people see 1C as the product that is considered as an accountant product. And many people don't see the difference between 1C and ERP industry. And I would like to talk about the platform itself, about its technological properties. And 1C company, it's two big blocks. Program solutions. First of all, it's the platform that is called 1C company. It's innovative language of programming. It's the tools of development. It's the language that is aimed at business task, business logic, business functioning. It's the environment in which programs are implemented written in 1C code. Then the second block that can be called the main functional block. It's the block related to applications written in 1C language. So everybody knows 1C accounting. We have lots of programs that, one way or the other, they're related to automation of the companies, industrial companies, state companies, and so on. You can see the key blocks which are frequently used in automation of the companies. It's 1C ERP, it's the calculation system, salary calculation systems, it's the accounting system, it's the document circulation, it's the system of holding management, it's the system of management of financial indicators of the holding in the companies. And of course, it's the big range of applications released by our partners, because this language is open. So, what opportunities we have and why we say that it's very promising and why this platform is corporate-oriented. So right now we have 6 million active users of different applications in different countries. Our platform is translated into 23 languages. So in 90 countries, 1C is used. If we talk about the automation of big companies, ERP is used in 20 countries. Our platform, our system is a multi-platform system. It can be used in Windows, on Windows. It can be worked on Linux. You can use different database based on your requirements. SQL. It could be Oracle. This system, as you may see, we think that we can devote this dedicated to low code that can allow you to create quickly new program solutions. We devote a lot of attention to scaling and serviceability and performance that allows the systems to work in big companies. Some systems of up to 40,000 users. Transmash Holding is the biggest, 40,000 users, the biggest holding. And the systems, if you scale them in a horizontal way, they become very big. For example, Russian Post, 150,000 users, they work in 1C.
Что касается корпоративного функционала,
When it comes to operating functional, and when it comes to corporate functional, I think us as a corporation, we issue at least 4 products that should be considered as corporate products, and those are ERP programs, and we do have our own ERP product, and this is also the corporate personnel management in order to figure out their wage, and this is the product that we call holding management, and this allows us the effectiveness of holding structure, and this allows us to manage, and it allows us to do the budgeting in holding, and also to undertake various projects, and also to manage various actives for manage assets for holding overall, and also for diversity. We do have a whole spectrum of industry products, and that extends the overall functions, and you could see the specificity of the way we manage the data, and we also manage projects to make sure that we increase the effectiveness of project organizations, that we manage effectiveness for various investing projects, and this is very popular. And this ecology, and also environmental protection, and also the security, industrial security, and this is the system that is tightly linked with other tasks, and with it can be related to construction, and it can be a part of solutions that has to do with transport, with analytical complex, and with a different type of functional that is used in financial sector. And when it comes to technologies that are developing very fast, so we try to keep up with time, and we say that our platform supports Internet of Things, Industrial Internet of Things, and in the real time we have this ability to track all the programs, and we also do machine learning, so that based on the data that we gather, we would be able to kind of set up business processes that depend on the volume of data that we're supposed to process. And it's also about digital twins, and they can range from the digital depot, and that can be used in our holding, and we can also have the unusual digital holdings such as digital fields and digital agricultural enterprises, where we have an opportunity to digitalize every combine, every cow, and when everything can be put into a digital format. And as far as the ERP system is concerned, and So we can see that more than 8,000 cases of introducing this system. So 25% of the time it's all about manufacturing, processing metals, and it is also reflected in various services, as you can see. And so it's about automation of airports, and depending on where passengers go. And we also have a significant amount of integration in various agricultural enterprises, and we're also able to introduce this when producing construction materials, and also this is a part of our trading activity. So where we are heading and what we're heading towards as far as automation is concerned, and when talking about this complex automation of enterprises, so overall I would say that the automation and pandemic really did affect the automation when everyone realized that the new functions need to be represented, that we do need to have some sort of a new functional, and at the same time it is impossible to be in the office, and it is impossible to get connected to a certain system. And unfortunately, this whole automation becomes a very costly solution, especially when we need to do something and we do not have an ability to do so. And the research for 2020, it showed the research that the company did, the company Gartner, and it did reveal the fact that more and more people are a part of the composite solutions, and this is when the majority of IT personnel of large brands, when they say that they cannot be switching back and forth between large systems, and what matters to them, they want to connect various modules, and they need to reconnect those modules, especially when there are some difficulties or when some trends or changes. And in 2020, the company, they said that the trend is moving towards this composable ERP. So this is the system that is not a mono system. So this is not something that is homogeneous, something that is set up on the enterprises, but those are dynamic systems that contain various modules. And this is the way ERP, so this is not the system, so this is a philosophy, and this is the way to plan resources, and this is the planning that is implemented not by one system but by many systems. And we think that we are kind of keeping up with the time, and in reality, so this is the correct trend, and we thought that we would be developing further those ERP system, and this is something that we've been doing in Kazakhstan. And this is not necessarily purely research work, but this is like this pre-product and pre-launch stage. So we would be ready to launch certain products with the composite solutions. And what are the directions that we're seeing as far as automation is concerned? And first and foremost, this is the fact that all the functional and all the new solutions, they appear relatively fast. And this is an important aspect, because what is done in the big monolithic system, so any update or any addition of any functional, and things are happening fast. And we also must acknowledge that we do have this ability to use the solutions that we already have. And one of the major problems is the fact that more often than not we already have a good product and we already have a module that is on the enterprise, and people come and they say that, all right, we need to set this thing all over again, and we have two large problems, and people who are eager to reinstall things, they would need to be reintegrated, and they would need to kind of go through the educational process all over again, and this is the stress. And from financial point of view, the situation is also rather strange, because you already paid for one module for whatever system, and then you would need to pay one more time to get this functional in some other system. And composite architecture allows us to overcome those problems, and those modules that you have, you can keep them, and you would be able to keep working with that, and you would be able to treat them as modules, as Lego constructors, and you would be able to work with the separate blocks. So I would say financial blocks become particularly important, because especially when working with an accountant, and unfortunately with accounting matters, so that's where we can experience large problems. And what are the advantages that we want to point out? And for sure, it's all about isolation of changes. So if you ever worked with complex tasks, you know that any update requires very hard and very dedicated effort in case we need to test that. And if the head of procurement department said that we would need to have this functional, so we would need to make sure that the right of warehouse workers did not change, that accountants still have the same privileges, and monolithic system, unfortunately, it requires the full functional for whatever direction that is available in whatever system. So composite system and composite architecture is free of such a problem. So we say that this is an approach, and we see the isolation of changes and every opinion in every given block. It allows us to change the block, and it also allows us not to test, or to test minimally all the combined blocks that can be a part of that system. And apart from that, why composite architecture is good is the fact that it can be used in several countries. And right now, this is a relevant system whereby we do have the unified system and unified template for ERP system. And at the same time, this template needs to be a part of an accounting system. And if you have a filial in Kazakhstan, you've got one template. And if you have, let's say, a subsidiary in Uzbekistan, that means by us, you can get connected a separate configuration, and similar the one that you've got in Uzbekistan. So we've got the unified window of truth, and this can be used in different countries while connecting various modules. And as far as architecture is concerned, so I would like to move very quickly, and we say that the architecture that we have, and we have this ability to use modules that have recommended, that have proven themselves. So this is the classical accounting, wages, and ERP module, and something that was developed for international market, and something that is localized, and this allows us to connect separate blocks, and this is a separate orchestrator, and we call this data engine. So this is the mechanism that allows the orchestration of data, and also when using such a system, and we devote a special deal of attention to the block and that are not included into an overall system. And what matters a lot, and what is a serious part, is that apart from the fact that we have an information system that is filled with integration inflows, it's very important that you have some sort of a unified methodological based, some way to manage your business processes. And because this process has reached the new level, and we say that this whole technology stack, and such as managing process and managing integration process and managing separate modules, and this is what we include into our new project, something that we call a composite product, and this is something that we implement in Kazakhstani market. And this is the trend that we see when it comes to automation of large enterprises. So we see this shift from monolithic system to such an architectural composers to this architecture. So I think this is it from my part. Thank you very much. So Peter, thank you very much for this demonstration, for this composite solution, and especially for the industry. and we were talking about, and 6 months ago we met, and you were talking about this methodology, and in reality, on this very platform, 1S is presenting the ERP solutions for the industry. And I would like to give the floor to the speaker, and they are the partners of 1S Enterprise, and they have the expertise of applying the centralized system that is used for exchange, data exchange, and data integration within the enterprise. So, Mr. Vladimir, the floor is yours. So can everyone hear me? So, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of you, and I would like to wish everyone fruitful meetings on this very event. And on behalf of 1S firm, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to participate on this event, and I would like to share with you the experience and the best practices and us as partners. And I would like to talk about applying this corporate bus of data. I'm the director of Excelcom, Expert Solutions Company. So this is the Kazakhstani company, and we've been on the market since 2007. So it's been 16 years since we operate. And on the Kazakhstani market, we provide the whole range of services as far as introducing 1S solutions. So we analyze business processes, and we teach users, and we manage process, and we also offer service provision, and this is on the basis of 1S platform. So we are growing, we have a large team, and in reality we're situated in the city of Almaty. We have more than 200 projects, and this is a medium and large enterprises. So those are large Kazakhstani enterprises, and we have more than 20,000 users that were automated based on those projects. And so we are growing, we are developing, and we obtained a certain status, and we are leaders in a given rating, and you would be able to see the status on the website of 1S, and we've got the rating of our partners based on their cities and based on their expertise. And I would like to talk about IT expertise companies. So this is the team, they are from Russia, and they have developed this this flow of the data, and 1S Corp, and this is how it's called. And they've got the company that are using this corporate bus on the territory of the Eurasian realm. And those was one of the successful cases, and this is us as a company. This is what we have implemented on Kazakhstani territory. 2022, and in 2023 we have successfully implemented the project where we did work with this information system on the basis of 1S platform. So those are 1S ERP. So let's clarify, it stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. So this is a complex automation system, and this can be a back office solution, and this can be a solution for a large client. And this is a foreign company that produces automobiles and sells vehicles on the territory of Kazakhstan. And since it's a large foreign enterprise, and we have it's a long process to make sure that we agree on the various PR actions, and therefore we did not come to agreement. But still, if you approach me after the presentations, I'm very eager to share the details in case you're interested in that, and we can talk about our experience working with that company, so how vehicles are produced and how they are solved. And we've got at least 32 dealers that sell spare parts and vehicles and front office system through the web links. Everything is working, and all the requests from the dealers, they're a part of the system, and this data is given through the corporate data bus, and also through the 1S documentation system. We also do the documentation between SVK brokers, between custom clearance brokers, and between tax services, and we will be able to give the bill to other organizations, and everything is done, and we will be talking about that. And an important aspect, and on the next slide, colleagues, we will be talking about the advantages of using this bus, and what would be the advantage. The fact that this is stable in comparison with other types of exchange. So it's not just whatever type of exchange, and the way the bus works. So we have the guaranteed delivery of the data packages. So while we did not receive the confirmation that the data package was delivered, and until that point, the bus will try to deliver that very package. And at the early stages, when we were introducing this bus, it was easy for us to detect errors, and errors had to do with the fact that data package was incomplete, and maybe the users, they lacked correct data themselves. Therefore, we created scenarios, and we created the right to access, and we created the controls so users would make less errors, and it would be for us easier to transfer the knowledge from one system to another. So we do have this ability in the system. So let's talk about advantages, and everything is done intuitively, and interface is intuitively clear, and we call this data conversion 3.0, and the very simple way to set up an exchange where all the requisites are the same. We don't need to program anything.
So here we say business analysts without any programming knowledge can enter interface of the bus and administer this bus. So can orchestrate the data exchange between two different systems, 1C, and the layers of configuration can be different. Whether it's 1C documentation, it could be some registry. If it's 1C ERP, it could be document. Props are given from one player to another, and you can see that similar props, but in one case it's a document, in another case it could be a registry. We had good integration, very successful integration. So, for example, request for money spending, it goes from ERP, and then you can do the write-offs, clearing of product, and then it's created with a label, a reference book, and in one CRP you have to create an object with a labeled document. In this case, we had to create a set of documents and then send it to the bus as a ready item. In the number of documents transferred, around 5,000 invoices. In each invoice, 2-3 notes. And if you do it manually, if you transfer it manually, it's really difficult. So here the system automatically transfers everything, and the client can speed up his work of its users 2-3 times across many parameters of entering data, and we've increased the speed and increased the entry level. I will talk about the functionality of the bus. The technical architecture of the solution is divided into 3 big blocks. First block is central base of integration. It's the element of management that is based on 1C. Second, it's a transport layer. It's the heart of the transfer. It's where the main mechanisms transformations are happening. Universal connector, 1C connector, that allows to integrate all systems written in 1C language. And a very user-friendly interface in which you can see that you see openness. There are no protected pieces of code. It's totally open to your work. And also, apart from 1C, we have open source components like Apache. The solution itself, it has pre-installed components for integration with different means of monitoring. Here we see the example from Grafana. It's a system of monitoring that allows to evaluate the sustainability and the speed of the transfer of databases from one database to another one. The key aim of proprietarization of 1C Corp was to, with minimal cost, to integrate 1C systems from different landscapes. For that, we developed a universal connector that can be integrated as a module in different 1C solutions, and no logic is disrupted. You keep the same logic. Also, another unique case for the bus mechanism of federal distribution, where you have the holding. Inside holding there is a sub-holding, and each holding has their own level of security of data using different levels. For example, there's original companies in which there is a need to integrate the data. Then there is a multi-level integration system that allows to be created, and it's very convenient. High level of sustainability. So we need to understand that any set of data should be transferred. It should be guaranteed, and this bus can provide that. Also, we have the management from single center. Based on these dashboards that you have, you can manage the core concept. It's the single point of administration where you can clearly understand visually. You can see on the dashboards all the components of the sustainability of the system. The transfer happens through the traditional canonic format. That's the main concept of the bus. We create a single bus and we combine all the other systems. And it's not only 1C, it can be the Oracle database, DB2, Microsoft. So this system is very friendly to other formats, to other databases. Any international databases are very acceptable. We also need to understand that the main principles in the 1C integration is the high level of stability, high level of performance, open source code, orientation to corporate clients. That all gives the solution. Successful cases, they were implemented and they were approved by the companies where they were implemented. You see the production companies, manufacturing companies, helicopters of Russia. In Kazakhstan, it's the mining companies. In Vertex Karjara, the mining company. I just wanted to add, I have maybe 1 minute, so I'd like to add to what Peter has said. He talked about the companies that uses 1C. Let's talk about specifically about Almaty. You know Aksaynan, right? Aksaynan bread. Everybody knows this company. So they did automation based on 1C ERP systems. You all using tenge, you all have foreign passports. They are built thanks to 1C system. For example, all the closed documents, it is made on 1C. You're all using in-houses with central heating, all the energy of Almaty. It's the heating, the central heating is based on 1C systems, the generation of electricity. So 1C, maybe not everybody sees it, but it runs through all aspects of our life, of each person. person, each citizen. So I'd like to say that 1C, it's like ever present. And I'd like to give the floor back to Laura, and she will give the floor to our next speakers. Thank you for your attention. Thanks very much, Vladimir. We heard from the view from the supplier, from the IT company that implements the decisions needed for the companies, digitalizes the software and integrates everything. I would like to give the floor to the speaker that will share his view from the point of view of the client, that will talk about the needs and about the implementation of the project and about the results. Alexei, I know the Allure group of companies is implementing digital solutions, and please tell us about your experience, about your cases and implementation of digital solutions. And so you're digitalizing the industrial part of your companies. Hello, dear participants. I hope that our reports will go a little faster because we have some time limitations. So, first of all, let's tell us who we are. I'm the managing director. We are now in the stage of big changes in platforms. We're using 1C. That's why we're here. So why did we choose this platform to organize the accounting of all operations that was done at the factory? So many processes in our company were built on main paper formats. We did reconciliation in Excel, and this led to certain complications of management in the whole business. So the main reason we had to find a single platform. It was the interaction of all departments in the company. So the reason, and we chose 1C ERP that allowed us to scale up and to close our main pains: realization, sales, and accounting. Here is the digital architecture that is working in our factory right now. Here are the main key blocks. It's the systems of accounting. It's the MES system that allows us to assembly cars, that allows us to control the output of production. This is the system of WMS that allows us to process orders, to do accounting of the products that we have right now, and all of that, it's joined by ERP. All the systems that we have right now, they are based on 1C. There are certain details, challenges, but we're overcoming it right now. Company has gotten to a very mature stage, and we're trying to improve our own competence. Our employees right now at the company, we're trying to develop resources using our own people. We only turn to external partner when we have big changes or when we need some new things. And our main goal right now is to boost our potential so that we can quickly change the processes in the system. So the main key takeaways. So when we introduce this system, first of all, we got digital platform that allows us currently to look at the production processes and control it. Of course, there are some gaps that we need to close. There's some things that we need to overcome. We do it internally and with our partners. In this situation, the key divisions that we have, it's the stabilization of the system. It's the, as colleagues say, there are new platforms, new solutions. You don't need to build a monolithic system. You could use less blood, less cost, but at that time, 1C didn't have that. This year, we'll plan to introduce the bus of data. We'll introduce it not only between 1C, but between other systems. Right now, we're considering different buses. So that's it for me. Thank you for your attention. We shortly talked about the different interactions. So we'll use as an example the working company. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexei. Alexei is very humble, was very humble about the results that he achieved. So they totally transformed their enterprise, because I personally saw how it was before and how it is right now. And it happened like you achieved x2.5 in production, I think. So the expertise that they're boosting in Allure group of companies, they're trying to train their own employees, their own personnel, and they're developing the system, they're servicing the system, maintaining the system. So it's a big plus. It's a big indicator. So as the moderator, I would like to present to you the expertise of the company that I represent. It's the algorithm integration company. It's quite a local company in Kazakhstan that, together with the Allure group of companies, did the work together. And first of all, it's the 1C partner that introduces industrial solutions, digital solutions in the production processes. Algorithm company has been in the market for 2 years. Kazakh IT company, localized in Kazakhstan. It has experience integrating digital solutions for industrial companies. So talking about the history of the company, first of all, we need to talk about the transformation of the companies that it does. So also we need to highlight the building of IT digital transformation in the companies. We talk a lot about the integration of digital solutions. We talk about the manufacturing part, about the production part, but we forget sometimes that the systems that are integrated in the factories, they have certain issues when infrastructure is not up to date or up to level to the plans set by the company. So it's not just a company that helps with the service, with the maintenance. It gives to the company the expertise, the experience that it has. So I will not talk about the digital solutions. I will not talk about the results of the introduction. I just want to speak shortly about the methodology that should be looked at in any company that integrates or implements these solutions. That follows the transformation way. The first question, the company or owner of the company, they always think about the increase of the production output. So they come with the following question, with this question. Then they need, they want to improve the reporting in real time. And some companies, they have questions. They cannot change the cost of product, and they cannot change the data. They will be automating. Allure will also help with the integration of data. So you increase the production space, you increase the amount of people and the storage capacities. If we look at from the point of view of the expert, first of all, we looked at the business processes. We need to review business process. We need to look at the storage production operation. We need to optimize it through digital solutions. And the architecture that I showed, it's a standard architecture for the companies. So to go into integration, sometimes companies, they say they saw some solutions that works successfully somewhere. We first say, we look at the from expert analysis point of view. If some companies are listening to us, please pay attention. Any analysis, any inspection is broken down into several steps. At first, you need to look at the goal of integration, of the way of transformation that the company is going to undertake.
And therefore, as for diagnosis, and what we did with SRRK Enterprise on the Allure platform, and before implementing what Alexei did not mention, so we were analyzing all the architecture, we were analyzing all the production processes of the enterprise, and therefore this infrastructure matter is very important, because more often than not, we have questions from various enterprises that we might need to introduce something into the infrastructure, and what you see on the screen, those are standard processes that are being studied as part of the study of the enterprise. And what's important is, when introducing a standard, it's important to have the system, and it's important to get the logistics in order, and therefore these production quality processes are also important, those QMS system, and also those systems are optimized, and those systems are transferred, and this is how we are able to handle accounting matters. And what I listed, everything was implemented on the Allure platform, and in case there are some questions, and including questions like when this happens, so all the way till the implementation phase, and until this exploitation, and it can take up to a year, and it can take 1 year and a half. And as a result, the enterprises, they get various results, and this is the aggregated data. And as a result, we analyzed more than 200 industrial enterprises, and as part of introducing the solutions and what I mentioned already, so we are able to increase the obtaining of the reporting by 60%, and this is the main pain for enterprises, and this is the main pain that exists. So I'm not gonna go over all the figures that are situated on the screen. So either we introduce solutions or we are building the platform, and we are building the enterprise, so we would get benefits, and this is what enterprise really needs. And more often than not, we either buy solutions and then we implement those solutions, and after that we only use 71%, and 71% of enterprises, they respond that they did not fully take advantage of those solutions, or the process was set up in a non-correct way, and this does not become a part of the production of the enterprise. So this is the main pain, and this is what every enterprise has to deal with, especially post-introduction and at the adaptation stage, and especially on production part of the enterprise. So in reality, so this is the expertise that we've been undertaking in the Allure company group, and this was built thanks to 1S platform, and this is the way it is as of now. And if I were to talk about Kazakhstani territory, we do have only several ERP solutions that are being implemented, and given the system MES, and we say that this is an integral part of ERP system for whatever production. And therefore, if I were to be brief, and especially you would be able to approach Alexei and you would be able to ask the question, and how the enterprise went through this pain, and with this pain and with successful cases. And in case you have any questions, and we have speakers and colleagues, and they are eager to share their experience when working on many different enterprises. So we talk about industrial, and this is the main topic, and we were talking about processing, and I would like also to touch base what Piotr, or if Piotr allows me, is the fact that 1S, so this is the solutions, and we have ERP for mining users, for a mining complex as well. So thank you very much. And yes, we asked all the speakers to share their experience, and we ask them to share their real life cases. So those of us who are present here and those of us who are kind of following us online, so we have one more speaker, and I think 1S expertise not only applies to accounting matters, and more often than not, so there are people who think that it has to do only with accounting. So we were talking only about the production part, and we were sharing various cases back and forth, and 1S platform has this opportunity, and there is this ability, and they have this low-code platform, as Piotr pointed out, and there is a way to create their own solutions, not only production, but they are able also to engage into investing activities. So, Sergey, therefore, the floor is yours. So, could you please share your experience and what you have implemented during a given time period? So, dear colleagues, good day. So what can I say? So many things and many goods that surround us. So it was someone else's thought in the past. So then there was the research and development, and then it became a series of developments. And so research and development turned into the project. And my name is Sergey Lebedev, and I am the head of the company IT Land, and I'm responsible for providing solutions and for project management. And we've been developing various solutions, and we've been implementing those solutions for the last 20 years, and we have been also responsible for financial part, and we have this whole series of solutions, and this is what we do with 1S, with the project management. And I'm going to talk briefly, and I'm going to speak about the organization, and in their activities they manage various projects. So those are external projects, projects for contractors, and they also have internal projects and creating various products and business projects. And we have various research institutes, engineerings, development, and we also have IT consulting, media, and various project offices. And if I were to talk about the problematic, and this is what organizations have to deal with, and this is the so-called project ups and downs. So either there is nothing to do, or no one can do that. So we can have excess of projects and lack of resources, and sometimes it can things can turn out to be completely different. And this is the first story. And if we were to look kind of backwards, and we can also see that this is the sine cosine dynamics, and we have those ups and downs. And one of the main tasks, and this is a rather complicated task, is to make sure that everything is done in a very rhythmic way. So this is the first one. And the second point is to receive the operational data. It's important to see what's going on in each and every project and what are the nuances that we have. Maybe there are some problems, and what was undertaken to kind of make up for that. And let's move forward, and also whether or not it's gonna complicate and it's gonna hard to find all the necessary materials, and there are people who undertake all those projects, or either the contract is delayed. It's important to monitor that, and it's important to react to that, and this weak connection between various departments, and this also leads to irregularities. So those projects, they are more often than not, they are unique, and those who do these projects, they are unique specialists, and this is the company, and it's a bit of a stretch when there is this unique project, and whenever there is this irregularity, then the problem might unfold. And we can also have this, and it's important to have this controlled flow of investing projects. We want this activity to be an effective one, and either we might be lacking financing, or we lack people, or we might lack technical opportunity or scientific base, or external conditions changed, and something, maybe the strategy of the company has also changed. So it's important to analyze fast when managing projects, and we have the so-called prof court, and this is the best solutions for small and large enterprises. We've got also the managing of enterprises, so we do have this whole range of products, and everything is a part of initiative of 1S initiatives, and everything is specialized, and this can be a solution for the whole sector. And so this is the overview. We've got the projects, we've got portfolio of projects, and we also have the organizations that is responsible for those projects. And let's take a look at that. We've got also the final terms, so we've got budgeting, we've got resources, we've got various enterprises that do those projects, and we also have this economics of project organizations, and we've got subcontractors. So let's take a look at the functional. So this is something that we've got at the higher level. And very briefly, for the portfolio, we do need to have an understanding what project need to be done and what are the programs and who the supervisor is, what are key figures and what are the final terms. And the next point, it's the overall load for the projects, for the set of topics, for the production program. And we also have the thematic plan, and there's a way to kind of replan everything in case there are some changes and what changed from the previous year and what we've got looking backwards in hindsight. And when it comes to project management, so this is the standard diagram with the decomposition of work with various sets of figures. We've got also the tab for resources management. We have several types of resources, and we also have the cash flows, and it's important to kind of have this table of data, and it's important to gather the data. It's important to kind of accumulate the data on our contractors, and therefore those who started doing this, they revealed that it turns out that they have large reserves, and what are the meetings that are productive and what are the meetings that are not so productive, and what are the meetings that lead to additional value, and what are the meetings that can be ignored. And moving forward, and when speaking about investment projects, and therefore it is important to understand. It's important to understand real strategic goals of the enterprise, and it's important to figure out whether or not the future initiatives will be a part of the project, and whether or not this is in line with strategic goals. It's important to understand what the budget is, what the deadline is, not only the project, but also it's important to understand the corporate risk. So investing program, for the most part, it has the limit, so we take the initiatives and we ignore the initiatives for which we lack financing or time or investing, and they get transferred to the future. And the next steps, something that was acknowledged during the investing committee, and that's how we start managing this project management. This is something that we need to devote our resources to, and this is the attention of the managers. And more often than not, we do have this gate model, so we take into consideration the quality, and then we check what was created and what were the products that needed to be created, and we move on to the next stage, and we open the next stage that contains investing. And also an important story, it's important to unite everything, and we look at everything from organizational point of view, where we have this ERP and we have project management on the other side, and we are able to kind of manage resources, and it's important. So either we need to buy something, and we have the set of applications and the project, and so we would be able to build this corporate budget, and this can be part of the, and either this accounting that can be done with ERP, this can become a project accounting, and in this sense, so various processes might be covered. And we have also project management, and there is a way to manage programs for the set of projects, and especially when plans are executed, and also managing the plans of organization overall. So and we also have various ERP, PM, and or this unified configuration can be in the same database. And we do have many contractors, more than 300. They are all represented in Russia and in neighboring countries. And I will go quickly through interesting cases. And for example, we have this scientific center of Gazprom Nefti, and this is the unique center in Russia that unites scientific researches and technological development of oil and other technological processes. And this has been around since 2016. They've got a large coverage, and we've been kind of solving these matters, and we've been also planning the labor resources, especially those who participate or do not participate in corporate activity, and they either should be a part of corporate environment and they should be in line with all the modern accounting methodology. And we also have this institution named after academic Krylov, and this is a part of Zarubezhneft company, and this is a large scientific center, and it has been around since 2022. And what's important about this project is the fact that they were a part of our standardized case project, and so the results are clear, and they are also kind of limiting themselves within the budget of the project. And we also have this bureau for manufacturing, and this is the manufacturer of all the main pumps, and they do the pumps for all the major nuclear reaction. And what was special about this introduction is that they were doing the typization and the graph plan, and so for those of you who can imagine this level of complexity, and we have 100 positions within the graph, and those who understand what fundamental work is this is how we can create templates and kind of assign the variations. So OKBM, so this is the Bureau of Manufacturing, so this is the Scientific Center for Nuclear Manufacturing. And what's interesting thing is that there is a large number of spaces, and they have the whole industrial programs, and it did have an effect, and they were introducing everything themselves. And let's take at the different stages. So IT at the level of automation, and they also do various software projects. And what's interesting, and they work in this 1S system, and they've been working in this system since 2010. So this is a very large duration. So this is very interesting when ERP system has been used for so long, and they moved to and this is how they are manage projects, and this is how they are manage labor resources, and this is how this is how they are able to manage resources within the company. And let's go further. So this is the case, Gazprom Automatic, and we are able to create control over technological processes in Kazakhstan. So we do have this engineering company and engineering projects, and they do have the production, and they do have their montage equipment. And since 2015, they've been working in this project organizations, and they do project reporting, and they analyze the reports, they analyze the load between various projects, and the way people move around in between projects. They deal with matters related to efficiency and with economic activity overall. So and let me conclude, and let me say that
About the achieved effects. So what effects can we achieve? It's very important. It's the manageability of the project organization. So structurization, structured approach. It's the coherency between different divisions, between different players. So the meeting deadlines, the keeping deadlines, the meeting the economical targets, increase of profitability, and then the equal distribution of load. If it's the strategy, it's the models, and you increase the efficiency of work with the investment projects. It's separate. We have separate story when we have successful cases with different corporations. Thank you very much. All the experts they want to share their experience, and when you have huge experience, it's really important. When you have huge cases, it's It's not just cases in the organizations, it's industrial cases, it's a big ones, and each speaker wants to share their cases, they want to tell what really happened. Thank you very much to the speaker. So, do we have any questions from the audience? Or if you have any further questions, you can write to the 1C pages, or if you're watching this online, you can ask some questions. If some companies want to ask something about ERP that was implemented, but there are different peculiarities or different nuances, different problems using it, or if you have questions from to IT companies on how to become 1C partner and how to get this expertise, you can write on 1C pages. You can leave your comments. Maybe we'll have some questions online. You can ask questions on the forum. We'll definitely answer, and 1C company will answer to all the questions that will be asked today online and the questions that we will see on social media. So, do you have anything to add? Maybe the people from the audience want to ask something. Okay, we don't have any questions, so the session is adjourned. Everyone's tired. I understand everybody. So don't go anywhere. We'll take a group picture. I would like to say that our IT community in Almaty is very big, and all the guests of the forum, all the companies will have an IT trip on Sunday where all the companies will gather, and I will definitely talk about the 1C solution there. And I'm inviting everybody to Garelnik at 9. We're meeting at the fountain at Medeo. Thank you.